Welcome back, my family. Before we dive into tonight's creepy little journey, make sure to like the video, subscribe to the channel, and share this with someone who loves a good scare before bed. I would love to know where you are watching from and what time it is for you right now. So drop it down in the comments and hype me up a little on YouTube. Now, get comfortable, dim the lights, and let us step into tonight's story.
If you are watching this in bed right now, do me a favor. Without pausing the video, just notice how close the side of your head is to the wall, or to the back of your couch, or to whatever solid surface you are leaning against. Because for most of my life, that is where it waited for me. I used to think the thing that breathed through my bedroom wall was tied to that house, until it followed me to every bed I have ever slept in. When I was a kid, I blamed thin walls and bad plumbing. In college, I blamed stress and insomnia. My ex blamed me. She still thinks I am the reason she woke up with bruises along the side of her ribs, the side pressed up against our bedroom wall. She thinks I did that in my sleep. I wish she was right. It would be easier to live with being a bad person than to live with what I know now. Because when I moved out of my childhood home, the breathing did not stop. When I switched bedrooms, it did not stop. When I stopped sleeping near walls at all and started crashing on couches and motel beds, it learned something new. It learned that it does not need that house. It just needs a small gap, a little seam of darkness between the back of your skull and whatever you trust to be solid. That is the only reason I am telling this story. Not for sympathy, not for clicks. I am telling you this because tonight, when this video ends and you are lying there in the dark, you are going to hear all the usual sounds your home makes. And if you listen just a little too closely, you might notice one breath that does not belong to you. So if you still want to hear how it started, I will go back to the first house, the first wall, and the first night I realized I was not alone in my own bed. 1.1. The safe side of the wall. Most people, when they talk about their childhood bedrooms, sound soft around the edges. They talk about glow-in-the-dark stars on the ceiling, a favorite nightlight, maybe a parent sitting at the edge of the bed, telling some gentle story about animals that talk and monsters that turn out to be misunderstood. I do not have that kind of bedtime story. When I picture my first bedroom, the first image that comes to mind is not the toys or the sunlight. It is the color of the wall an inch from my face, and the way it felt to know that something on the other side of it was listening to me breathe. The place itself was not scary. We lived on the second floor of a low old building on a quiet street. In my memory, it is always late summer there. The open window let in the faint hiss of cars coasting past below. Not fast enough to make wind, just a soft rolling sound on the asphalt. On Saturday mornings, I would wake up to the hum of the laundromat under us, the rumble and clank of their machines drifting through the floor with a clean, powdery smell. At night, the neon "open" sign from the corner store around the block made a vague red smear on the far wall of the living room. From the street, if you looked up at our windows, you would have seen nothing out of place. Just another family apartment, blinds slightly crooked, a plant dying slowly on the sill. Inside, my room was even more ordinary. My bedroom was the smaller of the two, tucked at the back of the apartment. The door opened onto a narrow rectangle of space, just big enough for a single bed against the right-hand wall, a little dresser across from it, and a strip of floor in between. The bed itself was an old metal frame my parents had gotten from someone at my father's job. The mattress sagged a little in the middle. My blanket had cartoon animals on it, most of their faces worn pale from too many washes, and the pillow was lumpy and permanently warm feeling, no matter how many times I flipped it. The wall my bed was pushed up against was painted a soft cream color that had not been truly clean in years. Places where the headboard had rubbed left gray arcs. There were small chips near the baseboard where something had been dragged too hard. When I lay on my side, facing it, my nose was close enough to see the tiny bubbles and ridges in the paint. Dust gathered in the thin line where mattress met plaster. By day, it looked harmless. Sunlight came in through the one small window and fell in a bright rectangle across the bed. My posters, superheroes, a racing car, a glow-in-the-dark map of the world, hung slightly crooked but proud on the other walls. Toys lay everywhere. A plastic dinosaur missing its tail, a cracked action figure, a little pile of mismatched building blocks waiting underfoot for a bare heel. When my mother opened the door in the afternoon, sighing at the mess, the room was just a regular child's room. Cramped, messy, alive. My family was nothing unusual either, at least from the outside. My father worked shifts at a warehouse outside town, his schedule changing every week. Sometimes he came home before the sun went down, sometimes not until long after I was supposed to be asleep. My mother was tired in the way that becomes a permanent part of someone's expression, but she tried. She would fall asleep on the couch with the TV on, remote still in one hand, a folded basket of laundry untouched on the coffee table. I was the kind of kid who spooked easily, but refused to admit it. I was afraid of the dark, but hated nightlights because they made me look like a baby. I was afraid of the bathroom at the end of the hall, but held it as long as I could, so I would not have to ask someone to stand outside the door. Fear, to me, felt like a private failing. I could live with shadows, with half-seen shapes in closets, as long as I was the only one who knew how much they bothered me. The first night I remember things being different did not start with anything dramatic. No thunderstorm. No horror movie accidentally left on the TV. Just an ordinary evening. My mother checked my homework, told me to put my clothes in the hamper, and reminded me, again, that I needed to stop leaving toys where people could trip on them. My father was on a late shift, so it was just the two of us moving slowly through the nightly routine. She turned off the main light in my room, leaving only a thin strip of hallway brightness spilling across the floor. The shadows deepened around the bed and the dresser, but I could still see the outline of everything. She tucked the blanket around me with one hand and smoothed my hair with the other, smelling faintly of dish soap and the cheap floral lotion she kept by the sink. "Good night," she said, voice already half asleep. "Try to sleep, okay? No reading with a flashlight this time." I promised. She smiled, leaned down to kiss my forehead, then straightened and stepped back into the hall. The door closed almost all the way, stopping with the soft click of the latch not quite catching, leaving a narrow wedge of light at the bottom. Her footsteps retreated toward the living room, floorboards creaking in familiar places. For a while, everything was exactly as it had always been. The air conditioner in the living room cycled on with a low mechanical sigh, its breath pushing a faint coolness under my door. Somewhere above us, someone dropped something heavy, and it thumped, then rolled. The pipes in the bathroom hiccuped and knocked as someone, maybe downstairs, turned on a tap. The old wooden floor under my bed made tiny settling sounds. Lying there on my side, facing the wall, I started doing what I always did, cataloging the noises, putting names to them so they would not scare me. That shuddering rumble was the laundromat's big machine spinning a load out. The soft hiss was a car going past the building. The small tick, tick, tick near my head was just the cooling metal of the bed frame. I remember tracing a crack in the wall with my eyes, a faint vertical line in the cream paint that started near the edge of the headboard and went up and out of sight. In the dimness, the crack looked almost like a pencil line someone had drawn and then half erased. Dust lay in the crease where the mattress met the wall, a thin gray border that no one ever seemed to clean. I was almost calm. My body was tense out of habit, but my mind was beginning to drift. The noise from the TV in the living room dropped to a low murmur as my mother turned the volume down. The air conditioner turned off. For a moment, there was a soft hush over everything, the kind of strange, thick quiet that only really happens at night, when a building seems to be holding its breath. That was when I heard it. At first, it was so faint that I thought I was imagining it. The sort of impression you get when you are half asleep and your own blood in your ears makes patterns. It was a sound close to my head, closer than the pipes or the TV, closer even than the ticking metal of the bed frame. It was not inside my ears, and it was not inside my chest. It was outside, in the narrow slice of space between my face and the wall. It was breathing. Not the wind, not the slow whoosh of the air conditioner, not the distant, irregular exhale of a stranger through a vent. This was a soft, measured inhale, then a slightly longer exhale, as if someone were lying very still on the other side of the wall with their mouth close to the plaster, letting their breath seep through. My first thought, because I was trying to be reasonable, was that it had to be a neighbor. Someone in the next apartment, headboard pushed against their side of the same wall, lying in the same position I was. Maybe their room was a mirror of mine. Maybe our beds lined up exactly, and what I was hearing was just normal, ordinary breathing through thin, old building materials. I held my own breath and listened. The sound kept going. Slow in, slow out. A tiny hitch at the top of each inhale. A faint rasp somewhere in the middle, like air passing over something not entirely smooth. It was not loud. If I had turned over or pulled the blanket over my head, I think I would have lost it completely. But because I was pinned there, eyes inches from the wall, every bit of my attention funneled into that direction, it became the only thing in the room that mattered. I told myself it was the pipes. The pipes could do that, I thought. They could make any kind of sound if you were already afraid. Knocking, sighing, even breathing if you wanted them to. I tried to imagine water moving through them, heating and cooling, expanding and contracting. I tried to picture a whole system of metal arteries behind the wall, all of them innocent. My throat felt tight. I realized I had not swallowed in a long time. When I finally did, the muscles in my neck working in a hard, nervous gulp, that small, secret sound on the other side of the wall changed. The rhythm stumbled just a little. The next inhale came sooner, sharp and thin, like whoever was making it had been startled. Then there was a pause, a listening pause, and the breath resumed. Slower now, closer to a whisper, as if it were trying not to be heard. I closed my eyes because I did not know what else to do. I told myself again that it was nothing, that it was just the building settling, just the old plumbing, just the leftover noises of the day. I forced myself to lie still, to pretend I was asleep. But I could not pretend to myself. Lying there with my forehead almost touching the cool, imperfect paint, I knew exactly what I had heard, and the knowledge slid into me like a splinter. The sound had changed in response to me, and for the rest of that night, every single time I swallowed, I heard that quiet, patient breathing on the other side of the wall falter just for a moment, as if whatever was making it was paying careful attention to the way my throat moved. 1.2. when the mattress moves. For a few nights, I tried to pretend it had been a one-time thing. Kids hear things. Old buildings make noises, pipes breathe, walls settle, imagination fills in the rest. That was what I told myself as I brushed my teeth, as I folded back my blanket, as I avoided looking too closely at the thin line of dust where the mattress met the wall. But patterns have a way of announcing themselves, even when you are doing everything you can not to see them. It did not take long for me to notice the rule. The breathing never started while my mother was still in the doorway. It did not happen with the ceiling light on, or while the TV in the living room was loud enough that canned laughter seeped under my door. The sound waited. It waited until the light clicked off, until the door eased almost shut with that soft, rubbery sound of wood meeting frame. It waited until the hallway glow narrowed to that familiar strip along the edge of the floor, until my mother's footsteps had creaked along the hall and faded under the rumble of the air conditioner. Every time she left me alone in the room, I would count heartbeats. Sometimes I made it to 30, sometimes I did not reach 10, but always, somewhere in that pocket of darkness after the last domestic sound died, and before my own breathing slowed into sleep, the other rhythm would appear. Faint at first, then steady. That slow pull and push of air from the wall at my back. And every single time I tried it, the moment I reached out blindly toward the lamp on the little table or called out, "Mom?" in a tight whisper, the sound would vanish as if someone had lifted a finger off a mute button. Light killed it. Her voice from the other room killed it. The door opening wider killed it. Silence like that is not neutral. It started to feel less like an absence and more like a response. The night everything changed. There was nothing special about the day that came before it. I remember homework spread out across the kitchen table, my mother half watching a game show while she flipped through a coupon booklet. The smell of something overcooked lingering a little too long. My father had called to say he was working a double shift. I had gone to bed slightly annoyed that I would not get to show him a stupid picture I drew. It was all so ordinary that the memory feels blurry around the edges, like someone smeared the whole day out of focus so the night could be clearer. My mother walked me to my room with that slow, heavy gait that meant her feet hurt. She stood in the doorway while I climbed into bed, the springs under the mattress squealing softly as my weight settled. "Blanket up," she murmured, tugging it higher over my shoulders with one hand, while she reached with the other to flick off the overhead light. The bulb snapped off with a tiny tick, and the room jumped from yellow to blue-gray. The only light now was the spill from the hallway, a long, narrow trapezoid on the floor that stretched from the gap at the bottom of the door, almost to the edge of the bed. The posters on the opposite wall became darker rectangles. The window lost its frame and became just a square of darker dark. "Good night," she said. "I mean it this time. No talking to yourself. No getting up for water unless you are dying." "I am not talking to myself," I muttered. She smiled in that absent, tired way and pulled the door toward her until only a sliver of brightness remained. For a moment, her silhouette cut across it, familiar and solid. Then the door moved past her body, and the light narrowed, and the latch met the frame quietly, not fully catching the way it always did. Her footsteps retreated into the living room. The TV came up a little. The air conditioner hummed. Their sounds formed a cushion between me and the dark. I lay on my right side, as always, facing the wall. My cheek rested on the warm, slightly damp patch of the pillow where I had been breathing a few seconds earlier. My eyes automatically found the little vertical crack in the paint that I had stared at the other night, the one that ran just above the metal curve of the headboard. I stared at it as if keeping it in sight could anchor everything else in place. For a while, there was only the television, muffled beyond my door, and the soft, distant whoosh of a car passing somewhere down on the street. The pipes did their usual knocking far off in the bathroom. The building settled around me like a living thing getting comfortable. Then the show on the TV went to a commercial, the sound dipping low, and the air conditioner clicked off. The apartment exhaled, and everything went still. In that stillness, something changed. It was not a sound first this time. It was a sensation, small and almost too subtle to notice. But I noticed because every part of me was waiting for anything out of place. The mattress moved, not much, just a faint, dragging sort of shift under my body, as if someone had taken hold of the far edge. The edge pressed up against the wall and was slowly, carefully tugging it toward them. The fabric beneath my cheek tightened in the direction of the wall. The roll of my body adjusted a little, pulled a fraction of an inch closer to the paint. For a second, I told myself I had imagined it. I held very still, even my hands, which wanted to clutch at the blanket. The bed frame gave a microscopic creak. Then it happened again, in a tiny, controlled motion, the kind you might make if you were trying not to wake a sleeping child while you pulled their mattress away from something on the floor. Except nothing was on the floor. I knew what was on the floor. I had stepped over my own toys to get into bed. The plastic dinosaur, the blocks, the crumpled socks, they were all still there. The sound came next. There was a faint rasping noise from just beyond the headboard, a soft shh, like fabric being pulled along a rough surface. It was the sound of my sheet brushing against the wall, only not in the way it usually did when I rolled over or kicked my feet. This was slower, deliberate, moving in a straight line as the mattress slid closer in tiny increments. The springs inside the mattress made a small, complaining sound under me as their tension shifted. Somewhere behind the wall, something gave a tiny, almost polite creak, as though the apartment itself were objecting. My eyes stayed locked on the crack in the paint. It was only a line, maybe a foot-long imperfection in the plaster, but in that moment it became the only thing in the world I dared to look at. As I stared, I saw, or thought I saw, the faintest dust on the wall tremble. A few pinhead-sized flecks of dried paint loosened and fell, drifting down into the line of grime at the mattress edge as if rattled from the inside. That was the moment it stopped being about pipes or neighbors. Pipes might rattle, neighbors might breathe. Neither, in my mind, could reach through solid plaster and pull my bed. The edge of the mattress closest to the wall dipped slightly, just enough that my body rolled a bit more in that direction. It felt like a new weight had settled right there along the seam, not on top where it would have tilted the whole bed, but hidden, tied up against the junction where mattress and wall met. I wanted to call for my mother. The urge surged up in me so strong that it almost bypassed my pride. I could picture it, my voice cracking out of me in a high, scared shout, her footsteps hurrying down the hall, the door flying open, light spilling across the room and washing everything flat and safe again. But I did not call. I was not a baby. I told myself that over and over. I was old enough to sleep in my own room without screaming for my mother every time the floor creaked. I imagined my father's face if he ever came home early and caught me whining about the wall breathing. I imagined the kids at school if they overheard. So I stayed quiet. I clenched my teeth together so hard my jaw ached. My fingers dug crescents into the underside of my pillow, nails biting fabric. My eyes watered from the effort of not blinking too long, because I was terrified that if I looked away from that crack, even for a second, something worse would appear in its place. The air between my face and the wall grew cooler. At first, I thought that was just my imagination responding to fear, the way you can convince yourself a draft is a ghost's fingers. But the temperature change felt too sudden and too precise. The warmth of my own breath on the pillow did not reach the side of my face anymore. Instead, my skin began to prickle with a cold that seemed to seep directly through the paint, as if the wall itself were pressing something chilled and smooth against my cheek. Then the breathing started again. Only this time, it was not the slow, lazy rhythm I had heard on those other nights. The inhale came quicker, then cut off sharply, like someone trying not to gasp. The exhale was strained, almost tremulous, with a faint rasp at the back of it. Each breath sounded held back, as if whoever or whatever was making it were fighting the urge to make some other noise. There was a strange quality to it that I did not understand until much later. In the moment, all I could think was that it sounded wrong, too eager almost, too pleased. Like the way someone's breathing changes when they are trying not to laugh out loud in a quiet room, shoulders shaking with the effort of keeping silent. Or like someone suppressing a cough in church, lungs full of pressure they will not let escape. The wall against my face felt as if it were leaning in, fraction by fraction, until I had the dizzy sensation that the room was tipping and I was going to slide right into it, into whatever was on the other side. My pride and my fear wrestled with each other there in the dark. In the end, fear found a loophole. It told me that I did not have to call for my mother. I did not have to cry. I just had to move. I just had to roll over, let go of the wall, put my back to it instead of my face. That felt like a compromise, a way to retreat without admitting defeat. I took a breath that shook all the way down, counted to 3 in my head, and then flung myself over onto my other side, away from the wall, toward the middle of the room. The blanket twisted around my legs. The springs groaned louder in protest. My heart pounded so hard I could feel it in my throat. For a few long seconds, I stared into the darkness of the room. The dresser was only a dim block shape. The window was a darker square beyond it. The thin line of hallway light under the door was still there, pale against the floor. Nothing moved. Nothing loomed over me. There were no hands reaching from under the bed, no face leaning out of the corner, just shadows and the faint, stale smell of my own room. The breathing had stopped. The cold at my cheek faded, leaving only the heat of adrenaline burning under my skin. Slowly, I let out the breath I had been holding. My muscles loosened enough that my fingers uncurled from the pillow. I told myself I had done it, whatever it was. I had faced the wall, and I had turned away, and the worst that had happened was the sound of an old bed complaining. It was almost enough to make me feel foolish. Almost. Then my body registered something else. When you move suddenly on a cheap mattress, it usually responds. It rebounds a little, shifting your weight back toward the center. You can feel the springs trying to find their balance again, the sagging middle reasserting itself. That was what I expected as I lay there, my back now toward the wall, waiting to sink into the familiar hollow. But the slope of the bed did not change. The slight tilt I had felt pulling me toward the wall did not ease when I moved. The edge of the mattress behind me still dipped, as if something heavy remained there, pressed tight along the seam between the bed and the wall, undisturbed by my decision to turn away. 1.3 Fingerprints. In the dust morning made a liar out of the night. It always does, at least a little. When I woke up, it was to a blade of sunlight cutting across my face from the window. The line of light sliced the room neatly in two, turning the wall I had spent half the night staring at into an ordinary surface again. Cream paint, a faint crack, a smudge near the headboard where I must have rubbed my hand at some point. Dust floated lazily in the beam, turning over and over like tiny, weightless insects. For a minute or two, I lay there and let the normal sounds stack back into place around me. The murmur of the TV in the other room, the steady thump and whine of the laundromat below us, a door slamming somewhere down the hall. In daylight, all of those small noises felt reassuring, like proof the world was still the same as it had been yesterday. If I had been a little younger, I might have let that feeling win. I might have shrugged off the dragging mattress, the cold wall, the breath that laughed in its own chest. I might have decided that sleep had blurred everything. But I was just old enough to understand that ignoring something did not make it go away. It only made it harder to predict. So instead of going straight to the bathroom or the kitchen, I sat up and turned to look at my bed the way someone might look at a stranger they had slept next to by accident. The edge of the mattress still touched the wall. From here, it looked exactly as it always did. The metal frame jammed up against the plaster, the blanket hanging down on one side, the pillow rucked half off center from where my head had been. The tilt I had felt in the night was not obvious anymore. If it was still there, it was subtle enough that my eyes could pretend it was nothing. My heart beat faster anyway. I swung my feet to the floor, the boards cool under my soles, and crouched down beside the bed. Up close, the line where mattress met wall was more than just a shadow. It was a narrow gulf of grime and lost things. A strip of forgotten space the vacuum cleaner never reached. I could see a crumpled candy wrapper wedged in there, the corner of a comic book page, a pencil that had rolled out of reach and never been retrieved. For a few seconds, I only looked. Then I reached both hands down and grabbed the metal frame. The bed was heavier than I expected. The feet stuck slightly to the floor where dust and time had glued them in place. I dug my heels into the boards and pulled. The frame scraped forward with a reluctant screech that made my teeth ache. Something under there rattled and rolled. When I managed to drag the bed far enough that I could see the floor behind it, all of the hidden things tumbled out at once. A little plastic dinosaur, tail snapped clean off, 2 socks that had lost their mates, the dried out shell of a pen, a folded math worksheet with a footprint on it. Dust came with them in soft gray clouds, puffing up around my hands. It smelled like old lint in the inside of closets. For a second, it was almost funny. I had imagined bones, or at least something that would justify how scared I had been. Instead, I got the back catalog of my own laziness. Then I looked at the wall. The dust had not only been on the floor, it had also clung to the lower part of the wall itself, a soft, even layer up to about the height of the mattress. In most places, it lay undisturbed, the kind of gray film you only really notice when someone draws a finger through it. But a wide strip of it had already been wiped away. It started near the head of the bed, where my pillow usually sat. A broad, curved path of clean wall cut through the dust, sweeping downward and then along the length of the mattress line, as though someone had leaned most of their weight into the plaster and dragged themselves slowly along it. The edges of the path were smudged, feathered out into tiny streaks where the dusty layer had been pushed aside. My first thought was that my blanket or sheet must have done it somehow. Maybe the fabric had rubbed against the wall when I tossed and turned. But the mark was too smooth and consistent, the curve too deliberate. It did not look like something made by cloth. It looked like the trail of a body. My eyes climbed the wall, following that path upward. about where my face would be when I lay on my side. The clean curve broke into something else. 4 long, narrow streaks running downward, parallel, slightly splayed at the ends. In each of them, the dust had been scraped away all the way down to the paint. They started at slightly different points, but all 4 stopped at the same horizontal line, right about where my eyes and nose would be when I was pressed up close. They looked exactly like finger marks. 4 fingers, dragged down through the grime in a slow, firm motion. 4 fingers that had stopped when they reached the level of my face, as if whatever owned them had paused there. I stared at them until my vision went blurry. Then I lifted my own hand and pressed it against the wall, aligning my fingers with the marks. We did not match. My fingertips landed below the places where the streaks began. My hand was smaller. The spacing was wrong. Even if I stretched as far as I could, even if I imagined pushing as hard as possible in my sleep, I could not make my fingers line up with those tracks. The skin on the back of my neck prickled. I let my hand fall and stepped back from the wall, almost tripping over the bed frame. Dust coated my knees and palms. For a heartbeat, I considered calling my mother in, showing her the wiped path, the 4 clean lines. I pictured her pressing her lips together, looking from me to the wall, to the dragged-out bed, already thinking about the effort of moving everything back. I pictured her saying I must have done it myself without realizing that I was making a mess first thing in the morning, that she did not have time for this. I did not want to hear her say any of that. I did not want to see the marks turn into nothing under someone else's eyes. So instead, I pushed the bed halfway back, just enough to hide the worst of the dust and toys from casual view, and slipped out into the hall as quietly as I could. My hands left faint gray smudges on the doorknob. On my way to the bathroom, I slowed outside the kitchen. My parents' voices drifted through the half-open door in that low, oddly clear way that morning conversations sometimes have. "Told you," my mother was saying. "He doesn't sleep right in that room, tossing and turning all night. I hear him." "He's a kid," my father muttered. Mugs clinked together. A chair scraped. "Kids don't sleep. That room is fine. We had another kid in there before him, remember? That little girl. Her mom never complained." My mother made a small sound that was not quite agreement. She moved out quick, though. Said the place made the girl nervous, never wanted the bed against the wall. There was a pause, the hiss of the kettle rising in the background. "Old building," my father said finally. "Some people are sensitive, that's all. He'll get used to it." A cabinet closed. Something settled into a routine place. I stood there barefoot in the hallway, dust itching on my skin, listening to them talk about my room, my wall, my sleep, as if none of it were strange. And then I went on to the bathroom as if I had not heard anything at all. I did not mention the wiped path on the wall. I did not mention the finger-like streaks. I did not ask about the girl who had slept in my room before me and refused to rest with her bed against the same wall. Instead, I carried the knowledge back to my room and kept it with the rest of my private fears. That night, I decided I was done pressing my face against that wall. Before bed, I dragged the bed frame out again, ignoring the screech of metal on wood, and this time I did not push it all the way back. I left a gap, a narrow strip of bare floor between the edge of the mattress and the paint. My mother fussed about the noise but did not argue once the bed was still. As long as I could sleep and the door would close, she did not care exactly where it sat. When the lights went out, there was no cream-colored surface inches from my nose. Instead, when I turned onto my side, I saw the faint outline of the opposite wall, the darker block of the dresser, the rectangle of the window. Behind me at my back, I could feel the empty space where the mattress no longer touched plaster, a very small gulf of air and shadow. For a while, the room was quiet. The air conditioner did its rounds. Cars whispered past on the street. The TV in the living room muttered and then fell silent. I almost let myself relax. I almost believed that I had solved it, that the breathing belonged to the wall, and by pulling the bed away, I had cut the connection. Then, from directly behind me, in the brand new gap between mattress and wall, something drew in a long, deliberate breath. It was clearer than it had ever been when I pressed my face to the paint. No plaster muffled it now. The sound moved through that narrow seam of air like it belonged there, like it had been waiting for me to make exactly this space. The inhale scraped a little, as if the lungs that took it in were not used to such freedom. The exhale slid out warm enough that I could feel it along my spine, through the blanket. I lay there very still, eyes open in the dark, understanding something I had not wanted to name before. It had not just lived in the wall, it had been using the wall. What it needed was not plaster or pipes or any particular building. What it needed was a seam. 2.1, counting the noises. I do not remember the first night I started counting the sounds. That is the kind of detail people always want when they hear this story. They want the exact moment things changed, some clean break between before and after that they can point to and say, there, that was the mistake, that was the choice. If I had that, maybe I would feel better too. But it did not happen like that. Instead, it crept in the way all bad habits do. Slowly enough that I did not realize it was a ritual until I was already obeying it. What I remember is this. At some point, the noises of the apartment stopped being background and turned into a schedule. The refrigerator in the kitchen was the first time marker. Every night, sometime after my mother turned off the TV and before she shuffled off to bed, there would be a soft, mechanical click as the compressor shut off. A few seconds of faint ticking followed, as if the coils were cooling down and complaining about it. Then silence, until the compressor kicked back on with a low, steady hum. After a while, I realized it did this at almost the same time every night. I began to wait for that click, measuring how scared I was by how long it felt like it took to arrive. Next was the water. Below us, the tenants in the ground floor apartment had a habit of showering late. Around 10, like clockwork, the pipes in our walls shuddered. You could hear water rush through them in a muffled rush. Sometimes there was a metallic cough or a dull thud somewhere deep in the building's throat when someone turned a faucet off too fast. If I was brushing my teeth then, my own sink would shiver in sympathy. I started to mark that sound too. 10 o'clock. Someone else awake, moving around, rinsing the day off their skin. Not alone yet. Later, out on the street, the last bus of the night rolled past. We lived a block away from the end of the line, and the driver always took the same route. My bedroom wall did not face the road, but the whole building seemed to feel that bus rumbling by. The glasses in the kitchen cupboard chimed faintly against each other. The floor trembled just enough that you might think you imagined it. When I listened hard, I could hear the hiss of the brakes as it stopped at the corner, then the low whine as it pulled away and disappeared. That happened around 11:15. Once I noticed that, I could not unnotice it. Little by little, those sounds linked up in my mind like beads on a string. Refrigerator click, pipes roar and quiet, bus groan past. The world outside my room moving through its own patterns, reliable and indifferent. The breathing in the seam had patterns too. It did not show up during the refrigerator's hum. It did not bother with the noisy rush of water. It never once, not that I can remember, started while the last bus was still lumbering its way around the corner. It waited until after. If I made it all the way to the sigh of those brakes without hearing it, I would start to hope that maybe, just maybe, tonight would be different. Maybe tonight it would stay stuck in the wall of some other apartment, or crawl into the hollow between someone else's bed and their plaster. I told myself that, even as I knew it did not make sense. Hope rarely asks permission from sense. Eventually, those markers became more than comfort. They became rules. I would lie in bed on my side, facing away from the wall now, the blanket pulled high enough that it covered the back of my neck, and I would count my way through the night. The refrigerator's click was one checkpoint. The pipes were another. The bus was the last. I would listen, eyes wide in the dark, for each of those sounds, ticking them off like milestones on a road I had walked too many times. If the breathing came after the bus, if it waited until my whole world was as quiet as it could get, the night was bearable. If it came before, the night was bad. It is strange to explain this out loud. It sounds childish, even to me now. But at the time, it made perfect sense. I could not control the thing in the seam, but I could track it. I could forecast it. And when something frightens you enough, any illusion of control feels like a life raft. There was one night in particular when all of those markers lined up in a way that still makes me tense when I think about it. I remember my mother being short-tempered that evening, snapping at me over small things. My father wasn't home yet. The air felt heavier than usual, as if the humidity had crept into the walls themselves. Voices from the television washed in and out of my awareness, while I pushed food around my plate and tried not to imagine what was waiting for me in my room. Eventually, dinner ended. Dishes clattered into the sink, and my mother herded me down the hall with that tired firmness I had learned not to argue with. "Teeth," she said. "Then bed. And I do not want to hear your feet on that floor after I sit down. You understand me?" "I understand," I said, because I always did. 10 minutes later, I was in my room. She tucked the blanket around me briskly, as if efficiency could fend off nightmares. The ceiling light went off with its little pop. Hallway light poured in through the crack of the door, painting the same familiar wedge on the floor. "Good night," she murmured. There was no softness to it that night, just exhaustion. She pulled the door until it almost closed. The sound of the TV returned a few moments later, muffled but present, a low chatter running under everything. I turned onto my side, facing away from the wall, like always. There was a comfort in having my back to it now. It made it easier to pretend there was nothing there, even though the skin between my shoulder blades tingled as if expecting a fingertip at any moment. I fixed my eyes on the rectangle of faint light under the door and began to wait for my checkpoints. The refrigerator clicked. It was a sharp, clean sound from the other room, followed by the familiar drop into quiet, and then the low, steady whir as the compressor started again. I mouthed the word "one" into my pillow. Time passed. The particular speed of it is lost to me now. I remember my mind wandering in small, anxious circles, straying just far enough from my fear to make it bearable, then snapping back. The pipes started up right on schedule, a heavy gush somewhere behind my head, muffled by drywall and distance. The building shivered a little as water pushed through old metal. The noise faded after a minute or two, leaving the apartment feeling hollow again. "Two," I whispered, barely moving my lips. The TV in the living room changed tone. Commercial break, louder voices, and then softened as my mother turned it down. The air conditioner groaned and shut off. I held on for the bus. The quiet between 10 and 11:15 was always dangerous. If the breathing decided to come early, that was when it would slip in. I lay there, perfectly still, listening to my own heartbeat thump against the mattress. Every small tick of cooling wood, every distant slam of some other door in the building, jolted through me, but the seam behind my back stayed silent. For once, nothing moved in that narrow strip of dark. When the bus finally announced itself, it was a relief so intense it was almost painful. The floor under my bed hummed just a little. Glasses clinked faintly in the kitchen. The sound of the engine rose and fell outside. Then the brakes sighed as it pulled up to the corner stop. 3, I breathed. The sound faded. A car passed more softly down the street. In the living room, my mother changed the channel. Some new set of voices drifting through the hall like ghosts and then thinning as she turned the volume lower still. By my own rules, I should have been safe. The night, I told myself, had run out of excuses. I let my eyes slip half-closed. The mattress felt a little less like an enemy and a little more like something I could sink into. My body unclenched by degrees. That was when the breathing began. It came not as a distant, uncertain noise, but as a presence so close and so clear that for a second, I thought someone had actually leaned over the side of my bed and put their mouth near my ear. There was no warm-up this time. No faint, maybe I imagined that whisper. The first inhale was full, deep, and dragged over something rough. I could hear the way the air caught halfway in, as if squeezed around an obstruction. The exhale was slower, a long sigh that did not belong to anyone sleeping. My whole body went cold. Behind my back, the blanket shifted against my skin. It was such a small movement that I might have shrugged it off as my own muscles relaxing, except I could feel the fabric being tugged, not pushed. The edge nearest the wall tightened, as if invisible fingers had pinched it and pulled it closer. The bed responded in a series of soft protests, a low creak near my shoulder, a faint tick somewhere in the frame. Deeper than all of that, a tiny, gritty sound vibrated up through the mattress. The unmistakable noise of something hard scraping lightly along the wooden slats beneath, stopping and starting the way fingernails might if they were testing the grain. I did not breathe. I did not dare. The next inhale from the seam was shorter, faster. The exhale came out in a hitch, a nearly inaudible stutter that sounded bizarrely like someone suppressing a laugh. If you have ever been in class or church and felt a fit of giggles rising in your chest at the worst possible time, you know the way your breathing changes as you fight it. There was something of that in the sound, the effort of holding something back. I squeezed my eyes shut, as if that could block out what my ears were telling me. Inside my head, thoughts chased each other in tight little loops. It is just the floor. It is just the building. It is just the bus leaving a vibration behind. It is just me. Just me. Just me. On top of those, another thought rose, quieter and truer. It knows the schedule, too. It had waited. It had listened through the clicks and rushes and groans, biding its time until I reached what I thought was a safe point. And then it had stepped in, like someone taking the stage after the lights go down. My throat ached with the need to call out. The words sat just behind my teeth, pressing against my tongue. Mom, help, come here. Any of them would have done. I said none of them. Instead, I did something worse. Something I did not admit to myself until years later. I talked to it. Not aloud, not at first. My lips stayed locked shut, my jaw clenched until my temples hurt. But in my head, in the same mental voice I used to recite multiplication tables or silently raid comics after lights out, I whispered at the strip of darkness behind my back. Please. That was all. The first time. Just that one word, repeated over and over as if I could wear it out and make it meaningless. Please, 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 please do not. Please not tonight. Please leave me alone. The breathing did not stop. If anything, it grew more intent. Each inhale a little more eager. Each exhale threaded with a dry, almost contented rasp. Eventually, because I did not know what else to offer, my silent begging turned into something like a bargain. You can have the wall, I thought, eyes open now and fixed on the thin line of light under the door. You can have the space. Take the dust. Take whatever you want from there. Just leave me. Just let me sleep. It was ridiculous. It was desperate. It was a prayer addressed to something that did not care if I believed in it or not. I lay there for what felt like hours, the invisible presence in the seam breathing its steady, wrong rhythm against the back of my skull, and repeated my small offer in my head, as if I was trying to bore it into whatever passed for its mind. That was when the pattern stopped being just a pattern. That was when the counting became a ritual. Because once you start making deals with the dark, it stops feeling like empty space. It starts to feel like someone is listening. 2.2. The night I slept in the middle. There is a kind of courage that comes from exhaustion more than bravery. You get tired of being afraid in the same way, of flinching at the same corner, of watching the same patch of darkness as if it might suddenly explain itself. At some point, the fear itself starts to feel heavier than whatever you are afraid of. That was the mood I was in the night I decided to move the bed. It was a Saturday afternoon, and the breathing in the seam had been getting bolder, slipping into my nights earlier and earlier, ignoring the little rules I had made for it. I had not slept properly in weeks. My grades were fine, my behavior technically acceptable, but underneath all that, I was frayed. My mother was in the kitchen sorting through mail. My father was watching something loud on TV, his laughter spilling into the hallway in short bursts. I stood in my doorway and looked at my room, really looked at it, as if I were seeing it fresh for the first time. The bed was an ugly iron rectangle chained to the wall by habit. The small dresser across from it looked smaller than ever. The narrowness of the space around them made the whole room feel like a box someone had packed too tightly. I realized I did not have to keep it that way. The thought dropped into my head as simple as that. I did not have to sleep with my face or my spine pressed up against the seam. I had been telling myself the wall was in charge, that the layout of the room was fixed. But the bed had legs. The bed moved. I had already pulled it out once. I could pull it farther. Before I could talk myself out of it, I grabbed the frame near the foot and dragged. Metal shrieked against wood. Dust plumed up from under the legs. The mattress lurched, bounced, and threatened to throw itself off the frame. For a second, the whole bed hung at an angle, as if deciding whether to cooperate or collapse. Then it shifted. With another series of screeches and groans, I wrangled it away from the wall, inch by inch, until it stood more or less in the center of the room. Not perfectly centered, there was not enough space for that, but far enough that there was clear floor on both sides, a strip wide enough for my feet to land without touching either wall when I got out of bed. I stepped back and looked at it, breathing hard. It was absurd how different the room felt. The bed was the same. The cracked cream paint was the same. The posters and the scuffed baseboards and the little piles of junk were all exactly where they had been that morning. But the empty space on both sides of the mattress changed the way everything sat in my peripheral vision. There was no longer a seam my body was forced to hug. Instead, there were two narrow aisles of floor, equal and open, one on my left, one on my right. The wall had become just another surface a few feet away, not an extension of my bed. For a brief moment, that felt like victory. My mother appeared in the doorway midway through the process, drawn by the racket. "What on earth are you doing?" she asked, one hand on the doorframe, her eyebrows already halfway to a frown. I straightened up, hands black with dust, and tried to sound casual. Just changing it. I want more space. She took in the displaced bed, the scuffed floor, the skewed rug. "You're making more work for yourself, you know, and for me, when you get tired of it and want it back." "I like it better this way," I said, forcing a little shrug. "Feels bigger." My father shouted something from the living room. "You redecorating in there?" And my mother called back, "Your kid's moving the whole bedroom around. That's what he's doing." There was a note of amusement in her voice now, thin but real. "Well," my father said, loud enough that I could hear his chair creak as he shifted. "As long as he's cleaning under things while he's at it, let him. Maybe he'll find those socks." My mother smirked. "You heard your father. At least sweep under there." "I will," I lied, already knowing I would do the bare minimum. They let me keep it that way. In their eyes, it was a harmless bit of child independence, me asserting some control over my little square of real estate. They had no idea that to me, it was a tactical maneuver in a war I had never told them about. That night, for the first time since we moved in, I went to bed in a room where the mattress did not touch a single wall. I remember standing beside it, looking from one side to the other. The strips of floor seemed brighter than the rest of the room, even though the overhead light was the same dull yellow. The space felt like a moat I had dug around myself, a barrier between me and the plaster. When my mother came in to say goodnight, she paused, taking in the new layout. "Look at this," she said, a hint of surprise in her voice. Very grown up. I could not tell if she meant it or if she was teasing. I did not care. I smiled anyway, hugging the feeling that for once I was a step ahead of whatever waited for me after lights out. The lamp switched off. The door pulled almost shut, leaving the same sliver of hallway light on the floor. Her footsteps retreated, then the familiar clunk of her collapsing onto the couch. The TV coming to life. I climbed into the bed that now floated in the middle of my room. The springs complained just as they always had. The pillow was just as lumpy. But when I lay down on my side, there was empty air behind me instead of a wall. If I rolled over, there would be empty air there too. Two edges, two gaps. Somehow, that equal danger felt safer than one fixed point of contact. I chose to face the room, like I had been doing since the breathing started. I pulled the blanket over my shoulder, up to my ear, and let my eyes adjust to the dark. The dresser loomed across from me, a low, blocky shape. The window was a darker rectangle beyond it. A car passed outside, briefly smearing headlights across the ceiling. I listened for my checkpoints out of habit. The refrigerator click, the rush and sigh of the pipes, the last bus grumbling past. They arrived on schedule, small anchors dropped into the growing dark. Nothing moved behind my back. When the bus noise faded and the building settled into its deep, late silence, The seam that had always been pressed against my spine was gone. I could feel only the vaguest hint of a chill at my back, the way you do when a room is a little too big and a little too empty. For the first time in a long while, I felt myself beginning to sink towards sleep without fighting it. My jaw unclenched. My fists, hidden under the blanket, loosened around nothing. That was when I heard it. It came from my right. Not from the wall, that was farther away now, but from the space between the edge of the mattress and the floor, from that narrow drop where fabric and metal ended and air began. A faint, measured inhale so close to the side of the bed that it might as well have been brushing the dust ruffle. Every muscle in my body seized up again. The breath slid out in a slow exhale that I felt more than heard, a tiny shift in the temperature of the air near my arm, hidden under the blanket. I held my own breath without meaning to. I froze, counting silently to 3, 4, 5, until my lungs burned. The apartment around me stayed still. No pipes, no TV, no traffic, just the thudding of my own heart and that one quiet presence down at the edge of the mattress. For a brief second, the breathing stopped. The seam went very, very still. Then, from my left, on the other side of the bed, the side that had been empty seconds before, another breath came. Same sound, same rhythm, same closeness, as if a mouth had been pressed up under that edge now instead of the other. Inhale, exhale. It was not moving over the top of the bed. It was not climbing up. Whatever it was circling the perimeter, pacing the outline of where I slept, hugging the place where the mattress ended and open air began. For a while, it shuttled between sides like that. 2 or 3 breaths from the right. A pause. 2 or 3 breaths from the left. I lay there, eyes wide in the dark, following it with my mind's eye as it tested the edges of my newfound safety. I could picture it without wanting to. Something flat to the floor, but not quite touching it, pressed up against the underside of the mattress, moving along its length by inches. At one point, near the foot of the bed, I heard the sheet itself complain. A soft tug downward, the whisper of cotton sliding along the side of the mattress, then a release. It was exactly like someone taking hold of the fabric between thumb and forefinger, giving it a gentle pull to see how firmly it was tucked in, and then letting go. The bed barely moved. The springs inside did not creak the way they usually did when my own weight shifted. Whatever was touching it was delicate in that sense, careful about not waking up more of the house than it needed to. A thought floated up, unbidden and horrible. It had never been the wall it cared about. The wall had just been the closest structure. The real line it wanted was the one where something soft and human ended and the harder world began. Wood, plaster, metal, air. It did not seem to matter. It lingered at that meeting point, where it could be as close to me as possible without sharing the bed. That realization did something to me that the dragging and the fingerprints and the laughing breath had not. It stripped away the last bit of comfort I had been hiding behind. That if I could just put some distance between myself and that one bad wall, I would be okay. I did not call for my mother. Even if she had come, thrown the door wide open, and flipped the light on, all she would have seen was a bed in the middle of a too small room and her son curled tight as a comma in the center of it. Instead, I decided I had to prove something to myself. If I could just show my own brain that there was nothing there under the bed, that the breathing was in my head, in the pipes, anywhere but that narrow strip of air, maybe I could sleep again. Maybe this would all collapse into a memory I could laugh about when I was older. My right hand, clenched under my chin, began to uncurl. The blankets clung to my knuckles. I eased my arm toward the edge of the mattress, inch by inch, the fabric rasping softly around me. The breathing seemed to hesitate, then continued, slow and steady from the left side. My fingertips reached the edge of the bed and slipped under the blanket's hem. Beyond it, there was only the dark of the room and the clean, hard drop to the floor. I took one more breath, shallow, and held it. Then I let my hand slide over the edge. My fingers passed from warm fabric into colder air. For a brief moment, nothing happened. There was just emptiness, a thin, dry chill, the smell of dust and wood, the sense of depth. I stretched my hand down another inch, reaching for the nothing, willing it to be nothing. That was when the breath came up to meet me. It hit my palm in a single, concentrated exhale, so cold it felt almost wet, as if someone had been holding it in for too long and let it go all at once. The air rushed across the sensitive skin there in a focused stream, the way it does when someone puts their mouth almost right against you and whispers. There was no touch, no lips, no teeth, no tongue, just the shape of them implied in the way the air moved, as if a mouth were hovering a hair's breadth away from my skin, delighted to have found me halfway. I yanked my hand back up so fast my shoulder twinged. The blanket twisted, half coming with me. My elbow slammed into the mattress. For a second, I thought something might grab me, might latch onto my wrist and drag it down into that gap, but nothing did. The breath cut off as abruptly as it had rushed out. I curled into myself, both hands jammed tight under my chin now, knees drawn up, trying to make as much of me as possible exist in the center of the bed where nothing could reach from below without crossing a zone of softness. All at once, the particularity of the wall, the color of the paint, the location of my room in the building, all of it felt irrelevant. The problem was not the wall, not really. The problem was the edges. Any place where mattress met air, where cloth fell away into space, where wood or plaster or metal brushed up against the soft outline of where I slept. That was a door. The room seemed full of them. 2.3. The couch was not a door out after the night, with my hand over the edge of the bed. My courage shrank back down to the size it had been before I ever moved the frame. Whatever I had hoped to prove by reaching into the gap, I had proven the opposite instead. There was something there. It could feel me. It could choose how close it got. For a while, I tried to endure it. I went through the motions: school, homework, dinner, TV. I climbed into that bed in the middle of the room every night and lay in the safest place I could imagine, dead center, surrounded by softness, and waited for the breathing to find one of the edges and start tracing its path around me. Eventually, the tiredness showed. I spilled milk at dinner, snapped at my mother, forgot simple things. I started waking up with a raw throat, proof that even when I thought I had stayed quiet, I must have been crying out some nights. My mother noticed first. "You look awful," she said one morning as I shuffled into the kitchen, blinking against the too bright light. "Are kids allowed to have dark circles? I thought those were for adults." "I'm hot," I said, because that was easier than telling the truth. "My room's hot at night. I can't sleep." It was only half a lie. The air in my bedroom did feel thicker at night now, heavy and stale. Whether that was from the building's old vents or from my own panic pressing down on me, I could not say. My mother frowned at my cereal bowl. "We have a fan," she said. "I can point it at your bed." "It doesn't help," I said quickly. "The bed's bad. I caught myself. It's just too hot. I sleep better in the living room. When I nap on the couch after school, I fall asleep right away. That part was true. On the couch in the afternoons, with sunlight slanting in and sitcoms murmuring in the background, I could drift off without feeling watched. There were no walls pressed up against my face there, no cold drafts at my spine, just cushions and the familiar smell of fabric softener and old crumbs. My mother hesitated. I could see the calculations in her eyes. Inconvenience versus having a kid underfoot. Discipline versus compassion. Just for a while, I added, sensing the opening. Until it cools down. Please, I'll go to bed when you tell me. I won't stay up with the TV on. I promise. She sighed, which was as good as a yes. Fine, she said, but you clean up your blankets in the morning. I'm not living in a fort. That night, I made a nest on the couch like it was a lifeboat. The living room felt different than my bedroom at night. My room was a box whose walls closed in when the light went out. The living room was more open, the space spreading outward toward the kitchen and the hall. Street light leaked in through the thin curtains over the window, turning the coffee table into a low shadow and the TV screen into a dull, blank mirror. The couch itself had a worn, forgiving shape, molded by years of my parents sitting in the same spots. It did not touch any walls. There was a few inches of space between its back and the plaster, and on either side, the arms ended well before the end tables. Underneath was floor, not hollow slats. Its solid base went straight down to the boards. I lay lengthwise, my head on one of the big cushions that still smelled faintly of my mother's shampoo. The back of the couch rose behind me like a padded wall. Between it and my skull was only the cushion and whatever stuffing lived inside. My mother turned off the TV at some point and went to bed. The sudden loss of sound made the room feel briefly enormous, but the glow from outside kept it from collapsing all the way into darkness. I could see the outlines of everything. The apartment's night noises still moved through the walls. Refrigerator clicks, pipes, the bus. But they felt more distant here, as though my bedroom was the place they all converged. And out here on the couch, I was slightly off their path. It was quiet in the good way, not the held breath kind. I did not hear anything breathing that was not mine. At some point, I slipped under. When I woke in the gray smear of early morning, my neck stiff and my back sore from the unfamiliar angle. It was to the smell of coffee and my father stepping over my tangle of blankets to get to the kitchen. "How's the palace?" he joked, nodding at my makeshift bed. "Fine," I mumbled, but what I meant was safe. The second night was the same. TV, light, laughter, the eventual hush of the apartment falling asleep, the couch rising solid beneath me, the padded back a reassurance instead of a threat. No cold drafts along my spine, no careful metered breaths from a hidden seam. 2 nights in a row without it. That was more than I had had in weeks. It felt like proof that I had found a loophole. I started avoiding my room whenever I could. My clothes stayed in the dresser, my school books on the desk, but I only went in to grab what I needed. At bedtime, I brushed my teeth and then went straight to the living room, arranging my pillow and blanket like I had claimed this space by right. By the third night, the relief had gone from sharp to soft. My fear dulled at the edges. I told myself, lying there looking up at the faint glow on the ceiling, that maybe this was really all it had taken. Maybe whatever lived in the seams of my bedroom did not cross the threshold into other rooms. Maybe it was bound by geography in a way I was not. I let my eyes close on that thought. I woke to darkness deeper than any that had been there when I fell asleep. The TV was off. My mother must have turned it off long after I drifted out, because I did not remember the moment it went quiet. The screen now was a dead, glossy rectangle reflecting the room in a vague, distorted way. The only light came from the street outside, a thin wash that turned everything into silhouettes. For a few seconds, I did not know what had pulled me out of sleep. My heart was already beating too fast, my skin already too aware of the air around it, as if I had woken mid-fall. Then I realized that my pillow was in the wrong place. When I had gone to sleep, I remember being comfortably centered on the couch, the back cushion against my shoulder blades, my head nestled in the corner where arm met back. Now my neck was craned in an awkward bend, my head tipped farther back than it should have been. The cushion under my skull felt like it had shifted closer to the edge of the couch, carrying me with it. I exhaled, slowly, listening. The apartment was mostly still. A faint rush from the refrigerator, a distant car, a neighbor's cough through the wall. Nothing that should have made the couch move under me. And yet, as I lay there very still, I felt the pillow nudge again. It was a tiny motion, but unmistakable. A small, deliberate push against the back of my head, guiding it closer to the top edge of the cushion, closer to the hard line where fabric ended and empty air began. The back of the couch loomed behind me, sturdy and thick. I had chosen it because of that sturdiness. It was solid. It had no hollow spaces. Between my skull and that padded back, there was maybe an inch of give, a seam of stuffing and cloth. From that narrow space, a breath rose. It was gentle, as if someone was trying not to wake me. A soft intake that I felt first as a subtle coolness washing across the scalp at the base of my neck, then heard as it slid out again, a long, thin sigh against upholstery. The sound was different here. In my bedroom, the wall and mattress had made it hollow and distant, filtered. Here, the padding of the couch trapped it, turned it deeper, more intimate. It wasn't air moving freely through space. It was air being squeezed slowly between two soft surfaces, between my head and the back of the couch. The hair at my nape lifted. I froze. My own breath caught high in my chest. The couch fabric behind me answered in its own language. A faint, complaining reet, reet, as if something pressed along it, shifting its weight in a slow slide. Springs hidden inside the cushions creaked, not where my body lay along the middle, but off to one side, down near my lower back, where no one was. Somewhere under the seat, metal gave a small, strained sound, like it was bearing weight in a place it had not been designed to carry it. For a wild, ridiculous moment, I thought of a cat. That was the closest thing my brain could offer. The idea of some animal wedged into the narrow gap between the back of the couch and the wall, pushing its face into the cushion, sniffing at my hair. But there was no scratching, no shifting shape, no warm, furred body, only that chilled, deliberate breath, seeping through the padding. I wanted to move away, but there was nowhere to go that did not involve peeling my head off that cradle of cushion and lifting it closer to the seam first. Instead, I rolled the other way. Slowly, carefully, as if I might jar it into doing something worse, I turned onto my stomach, sliding my cheek along the pillow until my face was buried in the familiar roughness of the case. The back of my head pulled away from the couch. The air at my neck warmed slightly. The breath did not follow, at least not right away. I lay there, heartbeat hammering into the cushion, and opened my eyes. The room was a shadow version of itself. The coffee table was a darker rectangle in front of the couch. The edges of the bookshelves were softer, but still there. The only object with a surface clear enough to reflect anything was the TV screen, black and glossy where it sat on its stand. From where I lay, I could see it straight ahead, a rectangle of almost mirror floating in the dark. It did not show a perfect reflection, more like an echo in glass, stretched, murky, the brightness from the window smudged into vague gray patches. In that reflected patchwork, I could make out my own shape, a darker lump on the couch, the curve of my shoulders, the pale smudge of my bare forearms near the edge of the blanket. Behind that lump, behind the blurred outline of my head, there was the faint suggestion of the couch's back, a horizontal line where upholstery met shadow. And there, at the top edge of that line, just where my skull would have been pressing a few seconds earlier, the darkness thickened. It was not a shape yet. Not really. Not a face. Nothing that clear. Just a place where the murk was deeper, denser, as if something stood between the couch and the window, its presence blocking out a little more of the light than the furniture should have on its own. As I stared, two softer, paler flecks seemed to bloom within that deeper patch. Two dim, uneven circles, no brighter than the reflected glow of the street, but wrong in the way they sat there, small and close together, angled downward. They looked like eyes focused on the exact place my head had just been. Another breath moved through the cushion, this time brushing the side of my face where it pressed into the pillow, as if whatever was on the other side of the fabric had leaned forward. I did not scream. The sound stuck somewhere between my chest and my throat and turned into a thin, strangled exhale into the cotton under my mouth. I shut my eyes, not because it made anything safer, but because I could not stand seeing what I was almost seeing. A hint of a head bowed over me, studying the hollow my body made in the couch. In the dark behind my lids, the realization settled like a weight. Leaving the bed had not been leaving the problem behind. It had never been about the bed, or the wall, or the room. It had followed me out here, into the living room, into the space I thought was open and harmless. All it had been waiting for was another seam. 3.1 Sleepovers and Secrets. By the time I was old enough for people to stop calling me a little kid, I had already built myself a quiet religion out of small movements and private rules. I never hung my arms over the side of the bed. I never let a foot dangle past the edge, no matter how hot the room got or how much I wanted cold air on my skin. I never sat with my back pressed directly against a wall or the back of a chair for long. I would lean forward, shift to one side, anything to keep a sliver of space between me and whatever solid surface was behind me. And I always slept with some kind of light on, not a bright one. Bright lights made my parents suspicious, but a little nightlight, the kind shaped like a cartoon animal, or a lamp turned down as low as the switch would allow, or even the hallway light left on with my bedroom door cracked just enough. That was non-negotiable. If anyone noticed, they did not connect it to anything serious. To them, I was just a child with quirks. Every family has one. My mother would shake her head and sigh when she saw me dragging my bed a few inches this way or that, trying to keep it just so in relation to the walls. My father would shove my feet back under the blanket if he walked past and saw me curled in the center, knees drawn up, as if my body language offended his idea of what a relaxed sleeper should look like. "Leave the lamp on if you must," my mother would say on her softest days. "You'll grow out of it." "You'll never sleep at camp like that," my father would add, half teasing, half warning. They turn the lights off at camp. I did not go to camp. I did not volunteer the real reason why. Instead, I refined my rituals. I learned the exact distance from the wall that made the bed feel least dangerous. I learned to keep my eyes on a fixed point in the room instead of letting them flick to the seams. I learned to breathe in a steady pattern that did not match the rhythm I sometimes heard from the gaps, as if I could keep myself separate by refusing to sync with it. For a while, that was enough. I still woke up some nights with my heart racing and the memory of cold air on my skin. But I also had mornings where I could not quite remember if the breathing had come or not. Those were good days. It was around then, toward the end of elementary school, when the world started expanding from classrooms and cartoons to include sleepovers and whispered jokes, that I had my first overnight guest. His name was Mark. He sat next to me in class, the kind of boy who always had a pen to lend and never seemed embarrassed by anything. He laughed with his whole body, throwing his head back, feet kicking under the desk. He was the kind of person who treated the whole world like a slightly shabby playground. His house was farther from school than mine, and his parents worked late. When my mother suggested he come over one Friday and spend the night, so you have someone to play with, and his parents can actually have an evening to themselves, I said yes before my brain caught up, and remembered that saying yes meant bringing someone else into my room. We did all the standard sleepover things at first. We watched a movie that was probably rated a little older than we were supposed to see, with the volume turned down every time my mother walked through. We ate too much microwave popcorn and left greasy fingerprints on the game console controllers. We made half-serious plans about the haunted house at the edge of town that neither of us had ever actually seen. Mark teased me about my nightlight when we passed my room to get more snacks. "You seriously sleep with that on?" he asked, flicking the little plastic cover with his fingernail. It was shaped like a crescent moon with a smiling face. "What are you, 5? "It's just so I don't trip if I get up," I lied easily. By then, the lies came out smooth. "The floor sucks. You can feel the nails through it sometimes." He made a face. "Sick. You're gonna step on a nail and die of tetanus." "Thanks," I said. "That helps." Later, when my mother finally declared it bedtime, after one more round of snacks, after one more level of a game, after one more argument about nothing, we went to set up sleeping arrangements. There was no way both of us were fitting in my bed, not if either of us wanted to sleep or avoid elbowing the other in the face. So my mother brought out the spare mattress from the hall closet, the thin one we used when relatives visited. She laid it on the floor at the foot of my bed and put a set of sheets on it that smelled faintly of the cedar blocks she kept with the linens. "There," she said, patting it. "Hotel luxury." Mark grinned and flopped down on it immediately, bouncing a little. "Way better than the couch," he said. "You know, my parents make me sleep on the couch if we have guests. It's probably got permanent me-shaped damage." My mother smiled at him, then at me. "Try to actually sleep at some point," she said, but there was more fondness than threat in it. We promised we would, because that was what we were supposed to say. When she left, we killed the overhead light and turned on the lamp on my nightstand. Its weak yellow circle made a little island of brightness in the room. Beyond it, the corners went soft. The ceiling lost its texture. Mark dragged the spare mattress a little closer to my bed, so our heads would be near each other when we lay down, and we would not have to raise our voices to talk. In the process, he nudged one corner up against the wall. The sight of that contact, a fresh seam, a new line where softness met plaster, made something clamp down inside my chest. "Hey," I said, trying to keep my tone light. "Maybe, give yourself a little space from the wall, so you don't hit it if you roll over." He snorted. "What? Are you worried I'll punch a hole in it?" I shrugged. You kick in your sleep. You're gonna wake my mom up." He considered that for half a second, then shrugged back and left it where it was. "Nah, it's fine. I like the wall. You can feel it. Makes you feel like you're not gonna fall off or something." He lay down on his back, hands laced over his stomach, head rested so that one side of it was nearly brushing the paint. The mattress dipped slightly toward the point where it touched the baseboard. I swallowed whatever else I might have said. It was stupid to insist. It would sound too weird to keep pushing. I told myself that it was one night, that the thing in the seam cared about me, if it cared about anyone at all, that it had not made itself known in front of anyone else so far, that if I pretended it was not there, maybe it would pretend too. We talked for a long time in the dark, voices slipping into whispers without us deciding to lower them. The kind of conversation that feels more possible when the lights are off. Favorite cartoons, teachers we hated. The rumor that one of the bathrooms at school was haunted because of a kid who had fallen and cracked their head on the sink. At some point, my mother called down the hall, "Quiet in there!" and we both bit down on premature laughter. Eventually, the gaps between our sentences grew longer. Mark's responses came slower, softened by the familiar heaviness of sleep pulling at them. I rolled onto my side, facing him instead of the wall, grateful for once to have another living person in the room. From my vantage point, I could see his profile, the dark outline of his nose and mouth against the paler patch of wall behind him. His hair brushed the paint. The lamp's light had been turned off by then, at my mother's insistence, but the nightlight still glowed near the door, casting a faint, bluish halo along the lower part of the far wall. It was enough to keep the room from going completely black, enough that I could see the outline of the gap beneath my own bed and the line where the spare mattress met the baseboard. Somewhere in the apartment, the refrigerator clicked. In the pipes behind the bathroom, water shuddered. The bus made its slow, late pass down the street. I followed each sound in turn, quietly ticking off my mental tally, feeling my body tighten with each one. By the time the bus noise faded, Mark's breathing had deepened into the uneven pattern of someone whose dreams are just starting. I told myself that if it came tonight, if I heard it, it would be from my side. The familiar seam under my bed, the narrow space behind my headboard. That was where it belonged, if it belonged anywhere. But when the new sound slid into the room, it did not come from under me. It came from the wall behind him. At first, I thought it was just the change in his breathing. Maybe he had rolled a little, or his nose had become slightly stuffed. It was a softer sound than his, though, a whisper layered under the steady in-out of his lungs. It was positioned wrong. His breathing filled the air directly above his chest, rose and fell from his ribs. This other sound seeped out from the thin margin of space where the mattress kissed the wall, from just behind his ear. Slow inhale, slow exhale. I would have known it anywhere. It was the same rhythm I had listened to for countless nights, the same measured pull and release that had governed my own terror. Only now it did not vibrate through my pillow or my mattress. It was pressed up behind someone else's skull. My palms went slick. Mark shifted in his sleep, an unconscious adjustment, to find a more comfortable position. As he did, the mattress edge scraped faintly against the baseboard. From the seam where they met, the breath hitched just a little, as if something there were adjusting its position to keep as close to him as possible. I could have reached out and shaken him awake. It would have taken almost no effort. My arm was already halfway out from under my own blanket, fingers curled against the sheet. Instead, I lay still and listened to my friend breathe, while something in the wall breathed with him. Guilt sat in my throat like a stone. I knew, in that small, hard way you know things in your gut before you have words for them, that if anything happened, if he woke up terrified, if he cried out, I would have to explain why I had not told him. Why I had let him put his head there, in the spot I avoided at all costs. But what would I have said? Back when we were still laughing with the lights on. Do not put your bed near that wall because something in it breathes on me at night. He would have laughed. He would have told other people. I would have still heard it anyway. So I lay there, eyes wide open, heart pounding, listening to the quiet, careful breath against the wall sink up, just slightly, with marks. I could feel it then, more clearly than ever, that whatever lived in the seams had not come for the room or the house. It had come for whoever lay closest to the edges. 3.2. The scratch on his back. At some point, my body did what bodies do when they are pushed past what the mind can handle. It shut down on its own terms. I did not fall asleep so much as tip sideways into it. 1 minute I was lying there, staring at the faint glow of the nightlight on the opposite wall, watching the outline of Mark's head against the baseboard, and listening to the two breaths, his and the other one, thread around each other. The next, I was somewhere else, in that half place between dreaming and waking where the room is still around you, but your thoughts have slipped their leashes. Time gets strange in that space. Some sounds sink away, others get louder. The refrigerator in the kitchen, the distant bus, the TV long since turned off, all of that faded. What stayed was closer. The rustle of fabric, the small animal sounds people make when they move in their sleep. Mark shifted a lot. Even in that foggy state, I could feel the mattress at the foot of my bed responding to him. Springs murmured under his weight. The blanket he was using rasped against the sheets in restless strokes. He took in sudden, sharp breaths every now and then, the kind that made me think he was chasing something in his dreams. I hovered there, aware but dulled. My own breath shallow and carefully timed, so it did not line up with his or with the thinner, wronger rhythm pressed up behind him. The sound of fabric against the wall began as something I could explain. When you sleep too close to anything, you inevitably brush against it. Skin, cotton, paint. They all talk to each other in the dark. But as the night wore on, that contact changed. Instead of the random, irregular shuffle of someone rolling from one side to the other, the noise took on a pattern. It came in slow, measured strokes, as if something was exploring the boundary with intent. The sheet would drag along the baseboard for a foot or so, pause, then drag back, over and over. Not the quick, thoughtless flail of a boy tangled in his blankets, but a repetition with weight and purpose. Shh, shh, shh. Pause. Shh, shh, shh. The hair on my arms lifted under my blanket. I pried my eyes open, forcing my way up toward full consciousness. The room looked the same as it had when I drifted off. Dim, soft-edged, the nightlight's weak glow painting the lower half of the walls in a ghostly smear. From where I lay, I could see the outline of Mark's shape on the floor mattress, a dark hump under his blanket, one end rising and falling with his breathing. His face was turned toward my bed. One arm had worked its way free and lay crooked over his chest. The other side of his head, the side pressed so close to the wall, was hidden from me. The slow brushing sound continued. It seemed to come from that hidden place, from the narrow intimacy between the back of his head, the edge of the mattress, and the paint. He muttered something in his sleep, a blurred string of sounds that might once have been words. His breath hitched, came faster for a few cycles. The brushing against the wall kept time with it, as if matching his agitation. Then, for a few seconds, everything went unusually still. The fabric noise stopped. Mark's breathing leveled out, dropping into a quiet lull. The other breath, the one I could not see, lowered itself too, sinking back into that almost contented interval I had come to dread. I might have convinced myself I had imagined the rhythm if it had ended there. Instead, what followed was precise enough to slice through every excuse I had left. The corner of the spare mattress nearest the wall lifted. It did not bounce or jerk the way it might if my friend had kicked it from the middle. It rose in a slow, even arc, as if someone had slid a hand or shoulder underneath it and was testing how far they could lift without disturbing the rest. The sheet draped over it tightened, slanting. The line where mattress met baseboard separated by an inch, then 2. I watched, breath trapped in my chest, as the foam hung there for the length of a heartbeat. Then it dropped. The muted thud as it landed shivered up through the floor and into the frame of my own bed. The springs under me gave a faint, answering complaint. Right on the heels of that impact came another noise, one that crawled straight up my spine. If you have ever run your fingernails along the side of a cardboard box, you know the sound that pressed through the wall then. A dry, dragging rasp, segmented by the ridges beneath. This was like that, but muffled, as if a sheet of something thicker lay between nail and surface. It started near the top of the wall, at about the height where Mark's shoulders would be if he sat up, and scraped downward in one long motion. I could hear it even through the plaster. Not loud, not dramatic, but unmistakable. Something harder than skin pressing through the barrier, seeking purchase, then slipping. The sound ended in a dull little pop that could have been paint flaking off. Mark made a noise I had never heard from him before. It was not a shout or a curse or a laugh. It was a strangled, raw sound, caught between his chest and his throat, torn out of him like it did not want to be heard. His whole body lurched. The mattress jerked, independent of any invisible lift this time, as his muscles yanked him upright. He screamed then, properly, a high, panicked cry that cracked halfway through, as if his voice had to break itself to escape. I was already scrambling to sit up when the overhead light exploded on, searing away all the layers of shadow I had been using as an excuse not to move. My mother stood in the doorway, hair wild, one hand hard on the light switch. My father was half a step behind her, belt in his hand, as if he had grabbed the nearest object out of instinct. "What happened?" My mother snapped, eyes flicking from me to the mattress on the floor. Mark was not the boy I had fallen asleep chatting with. He was curled halfway on his side, halfway staggering to his knees, clutching at the back of his t-shirt with both hands as if trying to peel something off him. His face was wet, eyes bright and blind with tears. "Something," he gasped. "Something." His words dissolved into hiccuping sobs. My father dropped the belt on the dresser and knelt beside him, big hands closing around Mark's wrists with what I hoped was gentle force. Hey, slow down," he said, using the voice he reserved for calming angry customers at work. "You're okay. Look at me. Look at me." My mother hovered near the foot of my bed, one hand braced against my mattress as if she needed it to steady herself. Her knuckles were white. I realized dimly that I was shaking, my own blanket bunched tight in my fists. Something pulled me. Mark got out finally, words tumbling over each other. From the back, from the wall, it grabbed my shirt like... He made a clawing motion, fingers hooked. My father glanced over his shoulder at the wall, then back at Mark. His eyes slid briefly to me, just long enough for me to read the question there. What happened? My tongue felt thick in my mouth. He was asleep, I heard myself say. My voice sounded small, colorless. I was asleep too. Then he yelled. It was the truth, technically. It just skipped the part where I had listened to something crawl its way under his bed. Let me see, my mother said sharply, moving toward Mark now that the immediate shock seemed to be fading. Did you hit something? Did you fall? He shook his head hard, but he allowed her to tug his hands away from his shirt. She pulled the fabric up in one swift motion, exposing the pale stretch of his lower back. 3 red lines slashed across the skin there. They started near his spine and arced outward, parallel and evenly spaced, each one no wider than a fingertip but angry-looking, already beginning to swell. They were not deep enough to bleed, but they were too straight and too clean to be the result of him just rolling onto a toy or the rough edge of the baseboard. They scratched me, he said, voice breaking again. They scratched me. Who scratched you? My father asked, reflexive, then more gently. There's nobody here but us, buddy. He could have done it himself, my mother said, but there was a wobble under the briskness. People scratch themselves in their sleep all the time. She proved her point by flexing her hand against the air, miming the path her fingers could take down her own back. Can I reach like that? Mark demanded, twisting his arm experimentally. He could not quite get his hand to the angle where the marks were, not without contorting, and even then the spacing was wrong. I felt it pull my shirt first, like someone was yanking it. My mother opened her mouth, closed it again, then settled on. You had a nightmare. Your body reacted. It happens. The mind is powerful. Her gaze, though, betrayed her. It drifted again to the wall, to the place where the baseboard met the paint right behind where his head had been. I followed it. From this close, in the bright assault of the ceiling light, I could see that the cream-colored paint there was not as intact as it had seemed from my bed. 3 thin, fresh-looking scratches ran just above the baseboard, so faint you might have missed them if you were not staring. Each one matched the height and spacing of the marks on his back. At their lower ends, where they stopped, the paint had curled up slightly, flaked away from the plaster beneath like old sunburned skin. A fine dusting of it lay on the floor, pale against the darker scuffs of old shoe marks. Without deciding to, I stepped closer. Don't touch it, my mother snapped, more out of habit than actual concern, but I had not intended to anyway. I held my hand a few inches from the wall, hovering it over the faint tracks. The air there felt cooler than the rest of the room, the way the space near the freezer does when you open it. It was not dramatic, no cinematic chill, no visible frost, but my skin knew the difference. I imagined, for a split second, laying my palm directly over those marks, feeling whether the chill burrowed deeper, whether it pulsed. My fingers twitched, then curled back toward my palm instead. Must be from the bed, my father said, straightening up and looking at the wall as if willing it to be ordinary. The mattress rubbing against it, or the frame. These old places, the paint chips if you breathe on it. The mattress is on the floor, I wanted to say. There is no frame. I kept my mouth shut. My father clapped a hand lightly on Mark's shoulder, a little too close to the wounds, judging by the way Mark winced, and said, "You'll be fine. Little scratch. Tomorrow you won't even feel it." My mother, softer now, smoothed his shirt back down over his back. "Do you want to go home?" she asked. "We can call your parents. Or you can sleep in the living room if you'd rather. Or..." Her eyes flicked briefly to me. "You boys can stay together in here, if that makes you feel better." Mark sniffled, swiping at his nose with the back of his hand. Can I sleep on the couch?" "Of course," she said quickly, as if relieved to be given a practical solution. "We'll get you set up." As they herded him out of the room, I trailed behind, my legs stiff. The overhead light burned down on my bed, the spare mattress, the wall with its fine, new scratches. I should have felt vindicated. Someone else had seen something. Someone else had been touched. There were marks now, on skin, on paint, that I had not made, and no one could easily explain them away. Instead, all I felt was a thin, shameful ripple of relief that for once, it had not been me. Relief, and a heavier, uglier feeling beneath it. Guilt, because I had known. I had heard the breathing slip behind his head. I had watched him drag that mattress up against the wall and had said nothing that might have actually moved it. I had hoped, in some small, selfish corner of myself, that my silence would buy me a night of peace, standing there in the doorway, watching my parents fuss over my friend. I realized that the thing in the seam did not care who it found, as long as someone gave it an edge to cling to. And I had let someone else lean too close. 3.3 The photograph. I should not have kept. For a few weeks after Mark's visit, things in the house rearranged themselves in obvious ways and refused to change in the ones that mattered. On the surface, it looked as if everything had returned to normal. My friend went back to sleeping in his own bed in his own apartment. At school, he told a version of the story where the scratches came from something weird on the wall at my place. But he wrapped it in enough jokes that people laughed instead of shivering. My parents bought a little tube of ointment for him and told his mother that he must have scraped himself on the baseboard. At home, there were no more sleepovers. If anyone suggested it, an invisible agreement passed between the adults and the subject changed. It was not forbidden, exactly. It just did not happen again. Inside my room, the spare mattress went back into the closet. The 3 faint scratches on the wall stayed, though my mother scrubbed at them once with a damp sponge until the paint around them looked more smudged than damaged. The thing in the seam did not care about any of that. If anything, its interest seemed sharper now, as though having one more person brush against its border had reminded it that the world was not just me and my fear. The breathing behind my bed came more often, not less. The coolness along the wall spread farther. Some nights, when I lay in the center of the mattress with the lamp turned down low, I could feel it tracing the underside of the frame, moving from corner to corner like a dog mapping a fence line. Fear turned into a kind of obsession. If I could not make it go away by ignoring it, then maybe I could drag it into the kind of light other people could see. Evidence. That was the word that lodged in my brain. If I could get proof, something more solid than red lines on skin and flaking paint, then I would not be alone with it. My parents would have to see. My friend would have to believe that what happened to him was not just a bad dream and a clumsy back scratch. Maybe there would even be some adult answer for it once they admitted it existed. Maybe a plumber would come, or a priest, or someone with a tool I had never heard of, and they would fix it the way grown-ups fixed other unsafe things in buildings. That was the hope, at least. It was a thin one, but I clung to it. I did not have a real camera. My parents owned one of those old plastic ones that came out for holidays and school plays, and they guarded it like it was made of gold. But I did have a small, cheap digital camera that had been a present from an aunt who did not know what else to get me one year. Its battery barely held a charge, and its flash made everything look strange. But it could take pictures in the dark if there was even a little bit of light. And I knew there would be a little bit of light. There was always the nightlight. There was always the vague glow from the street outside, seeping through my thin curtains. One afternoon, when the apartment was quiet and my mother was folding laundry in the kitchen, I set the camera up. I placed it on the small table beside my bed, the one that held my lamp and the cup of water I sometimes knocked over when I had bad dreams. I angled it carefully so that the lens pointed directly at the seam where the mattress met the wall. From that position, it could not see much of the room, just the edge of my pillow, the band of dust along the baseboard, and the thin, ominous darkness where soft bed ended and hard paint began. The camera had a timer function. It was meant for group photos, so you could press the button and then hurry to join your family before it snapped. I tested it a few times in the afternoon, watching the tiny red light blink and then the shutter click after 10 seconds. 10 seconds would not be useful. I needed minutes. I dug through the settings until I found a way to change the delay. It was not sophisticated. I could not tell it to take a photo every hour on the hour. But I could set a longer timer, up to 99 seconds. I did the math as best I could with the clumsy tools I had. The breathing, the worst of it, usually began sometime between 1 and 3 in the morning. Most often it seemed to hover near the middle of that window, around 2. If I set the timer just before I pretended to go to sleep, the camera would take one picture while I lay in bed, listening. One good picture. That was all I needed, I told myself. That night, I went through the usual motions. Dinner, dishes, homework, the flicker of the TV in the living room. My father's shifted schedule meant he was home by then, sunk into the couch. My mother moved around the kitchen in small, efficient loops. Before brushing my teeth, I slipped into my room and checked the camera. The battery indicator blinked low but not empty. I tilted it one last time to make sure it still pointed at the seam, then pressed the timer button and watched the numbers appear. 99. The digits began to count down, silent. I turned the lamp off, leaving only the nightlight and the soft spill of hallway glow. I slid under the blanket and arranged myself flat on my back. Not because it was comfortable, but because it kept me from hugging the edges. I could see the camera if I turned my head. A small, dark rectangle on the table, its tiny light winking down with every second that passed. My mother came in once to tell me goodnight, not noticing or not commenting on the device. She leaned over me, smoothed my hair away from my forehead, and kissed the spot she had uncovered. "You are wired tonight," she said, more observation than accusation. "Try to relax. You look like you are bracing for a car crash." "I am fine," I said, the lie automatic. She left. The door pulled almost shut. The hallway light narrowed to its familiar bar on the floor. The numbers on the camera must have reached 0 at some point, because the tiny light stopped blinking and there was a faint, almost apologetic click from the table. The sound was soft enough that someone in the next room would never have heard it. A moment later, as if that small mechanical noise had been some kind of cue, the apartment slipped into the particular silence that meant the night had truly begun. The TV went off. The refrigerator cycled down. The external sounds from the street thinned to the occasional distant car. In that hollow, the other sounds came back. The gentle, ugly scrape of something under my bed frame. The faint shift of weight as the mattress depressed slightly near one side and then the other. The breathing from the seam started low, almost reverent. I lay there, eyes wide, trying to keep my body still. I did not know whether it would notice the camera. I did not know whether it would care. At some point, fear and fatigue tugged me under despite myself. My last clear memory of that night was the sense of cool air brushing the underside of my wrist where the blanket had slipped up, and the certainty that I had wasted my chance by falling asleep too soon. In the morning, the room looked as it always did. The camera sat on the table, dark. The bed was rumpled with dreams I could not fully recall. The wall did not show any new marks that I could see from where I lay. My parents were already in the kitchen by the time I got up. I mumbled something about homework and shut my door so I could check the camera in private. The screen was small and grainy. I scrolled through the images with my thumb, each press of the button bringing up another black rectangle sprinkled with static. The lens had not liked the dark. Most of the photos were useless. A smear of gray, a suggestion of a line that might have been the edge of the mattress, or might have been nothing at all. I nearly gave up. Then one picture loaded that was not completely swallowed by shadow. The streetlight outside must have brightened at the exact right moment, or a car's headlights must have passed at just the right angle. The weak nightlight glow and that stray illumination together were enough to sketch the edge of the bed and the wall behind it in faint, dirty colors. The mattress in the photograph was not square in the frame. It tilted very slightly toward the wall, its far side pulled down, leaving the near side a little higher. The blanket looked stretched toward the paint, creased in a line that matched the direction of the pull. Between the mattress and the wall, in the thin strip of darkness that should have simply been shadow, something else showed. At first, my brain tried to file it away as more noise, a cluster of pixels, a glitch. But the longer I stared, the more it resolved. It was a shape like a hand, if a hand had been starved of everything but bone and sinew. 4 long, narrow digits gripped the upper edge of the mattress. They were too thin to be healthy fingers, skin drawn tight over the shape beneath, giving them a corded, knotted look. The joints were pronounced, bulging slightly. The surface was the dull, uneven gray of old paper, or something that had been submerged in water for too long and then dried. Only 2 of those fingers curved fully over the top, hooking down toward where my pillow would have been. The others hovered at the edge, as if testing the fabric before committing to the hold. The wrist disappeared into the dark gap. There was no arm, no shoulder, no face, just that partial reach, emerging from nowhere and going nowhere, hanging there in the captured second like it had been caught halfway through a decision. My own hand, holding the camera, began to tremble. I knew what my parents would say if I showed them. They would tell me it was a trick of the light, that the grain of the photo had turned a fold in the blanket and a shadow on the wall into something else. They would point out that you could not even see the room properly, that the image was too distorted to count as anything but a child's imagination filling in the gaps. I wanted to prove them wrong even before they said it. So I hit the zoom button. The picture jumped closer. The pixels bloomed, each individual square of color growing, roughening the lines between. The hand, if it was a hand, became less defined in some ways and more in others. You could no longer mistake the curve of the fingers over the mattress for anything but a deliberate grip. Beneath the grain, in the patch of the frame where the camera sat, something else caught my eye. I had set the device at a low angle, barely above the level of the mattress, because that was the only way I could get it to see into the seam at all. In the photograph, however, the perspective was slightly higher, looking down at the bed from a point closer to my shoulder height when I stood beside it. The top of the headboard was visible in the shot, even though it should have been out of frame. The far corner of the pillow showed more clearly than it would have from the angle I remembered choosing. It was as if, sometime between me pressing the button and the camera taking the picture, someone had lifted it up, angled it more steeply, and then set it back down again in just the right spot. My stomach turned. The idea of my parents coming into my room while I slept and adjusting the camera without waking me was almost as disturbing as the alternative. But I knew their habits. They would never have ignored a gadget on the table, much less used it silently in the middle of the night. I thought of the tiny click I had heard just before the breathing grew bold. I imagined a hand not unlike the one in the photograph, curling around the body of the camera, lifting it with a grip that never quite matched its own image, tilting it like a curious animal sniffing at a new object in its territory, then placing it back, satisfied. The idea that it had not only been aware of my attempt to catch it, but had chosen to participate in the framing of the evidence made my skin feel 2 sizes too small. I did not show the photograph to anyone. I told myself that I would, that I just needed to wait until the right moment, until my parents were in a mood where they would actually look and not simply dismiss. I imagined bringing it up with Mark, putting the camera in his hands and watching his face as he recognized the shape that had touched him. Those moments never arrived. Instead, I transferred the file from the camera to the old family computer, copying it into a folder of my own making with a name bland enough that no one would ever click it by accident. Something like MISC or Notes 2. After that, I moved the camera back to its drawer and closed the virtual folder as if shutting a door on a caged animal. The image stayed there, buried among other meaningless files, waiting. I had thought that proof would free me, that seeing the thing reduced to pixels and faint light would make it smaller, more manageable. Instead, it did the opposite. You would think that knowing you are not imagining something would help. That the moment you can point to it and say, "There, right there, that is what I have been talking about," the burden would shift. But standing in my dim bedroom that morning, fingers still shaking from the zoomed-in view of those bone-thin digits on the screen, I understood something else. Evidence does not always make the unbelievable easier to face. Sometimes, it just makes the unbelievable impossible to escape. 4.1. Outgrowing monsters. There is a point where people stop letting you blame the dark for the way you sleep. In middle school, I had a bad dream still buys you some sympathy. By the time you hit high school, it starts to sound like a joke or an excuse. Everyone is tired. Everyone is stressed. You are supposed to be kept awake by exams and crushes and the vague dread of the future, not by the way a wall feels against your spine. I learned to edit the story of my nights the same way I edited essays for class. When friends talked about insomnia, I talked about homework. When teachers commented on my drifting focus, I shrugged and blamed video games. In health class, when we filled out a worksheet on sleep hygiene, I silently crossed out the part of my brain that wanted to write. Do not let any part of your body cross the border of your bed. Do not trust seams. The rituals did not go away. They just went underground. By high school, I had become good at making my habits look like preferences. I always claimed the middle of the couch when friends came over to watch movies, saying I liked being able to see the TV straight on. I took the chair at the table with its back against nothing, joking that I needed an escape route. When someone teased me about sleeping with the lamp on, I would roll my eyes and say, "I read at night. Sorry, I like books." The photograph stayed on the old computer. A few times a year, when no one was home and I felt brave in the way boredom sometimes makes you, I would open the folder and click on it. The image never changed. The hand never became less hand-like. The angle of the shot never shifted back to the one I remembered setting. Every time I would close it again, telling myself it did not matter anymore. Because growing up meant leaving, and leaving meant getting away from that house. That was the plan anyway. College came packaged as an escape in a glossy brochure. Smiling students on green lawns, brick buildings that looked solid and sun-warmed instead of damp and peeling. A fresh start, the orientation video promised. A place to become who you are meant to be. I did not know who I was meant to be. I just knew I wanted to be someone who did not flinch every time a floorboard settled. The months before I moved out felt strange, stretched thin between relief and something I did not want to name. On the surface, I was excited. I swallowed campus tours and dorm layout maps like they were treasure. I imagined eating terrible cafeteria food at midnight and stumbling back to a room that did not know me. I packed my things in boxes with labels that made me sound more organized than I was. Books, clothes, miscellaneous. I told anyone who asked that I could not wait to get out. Underneath, there was another feeling knotted into the same rope. It embarrassed me, so I did not talk about it. The closest I came was telling a guidance counselor that I was nervous about the change, and even that felt too small for what pressed behind my ribs. I was not just leaving my parents. I was leaving the only place I had ever been afraid in that particular way. It should have been a good thing. Fear is not something you are supposed to miss. But the more real my departure became, the more boxes stacked up in the living room, the more forms my mother filled out, the more my father grumbled about tuition, the more that fear started to feel like a familiar ache, like a bad tooth you have had so long you almost do not know who you would be without the constant throb. There was also the fact that my parents were moving too. They had been talking about it for years, in the vague way adults talk about things that are always soon. After I sent in my acceptance letter, soon got a date. Rent was going up. The building had developed new leaks. A friend of my father's knew someone with a cheaper place across town. "We're not hauling all this old stuff to the new apartment," my father said, standing in my doorway one evening, surveying my room like a battlefield. "Think hard about what you really want to take. The rest we toss or donate." "What about this room?" I asked, my voice doing something I did not like. He shrugged. "Landlord's problem. He'll probably repaint. Maybe rent it to someone else. It'll be fine." Repaint. I thought of the handprint on the wall that was not a handprint. The scratches, the years of dust along the seam. I tried to picture a stranger's bed pressed up against that same line, a new head resting where mine had been. For a second, a selfish, ugly thought flashed through me. Let him. It passed quickly, leaving a sourness behind. I stayed out of my room more in those last weeks. Not because it was worse. That was the strange part. If anything, the apartment seemed muted, as if the decision to leave had eased some invisible tension. The breathing came less often. The atmosphere at night felt thinner, less crowded. Maybe it was just that I knew I had an end date now. Maybe knowing you will not have to live with something forever makes its claws feel duller. Move-in day at the dorm was all fluorescent light and noise. Cars lined the curb outside the residence hall, trunks yawning open. Parents hauled mini fridges and milk crates of instant noodles. Resident assistants in matching shirts shouted instructions over the chaos. Someone's Bluetooth speaker blared songs that had played on repeat all summer. My room was on the 3rd floor. The hallway smelled like new paint and cheap deodorant. Doors stood open along it, revealing glimpses of other people's nervous arrangements. Posters half taped up, suitcases spilling clothes, parents making beds with military precision while their kids pretended not to care. Inside my assigned room, everything was already measured and controlled. 2 beds, 2 dressers, 2 desks, 2 closets. A rectangle of space between them, neatly divided down the middle by nothing more than an unspoken social line. The beds were metal framed and narrow, but they did not touch the walls. There was a good foot of space between each mattress and the cinder block, enough to walk through, enough to see under. Underneath, there was nothing but air and gray linoleum. No hidden hollow, no decades of dust. I could see straight from one side of the frame to the other. My new roommate, Eli, according to his text messages and the sticky note on his side of the door, arrived an hour after I did, carrying a box labeled records like it was more fragile than his own bones. He was tall, all elbows, with headphones clamped around his neck and a hoodie tied at his waist despite the heat. "Hey," he said, a little out of breath. "You must be..." He said my name, and it was strange to hear it here, in this room that did not know anything about it yet. We shook hands. The ritual began. As the afternoon turned to evening, the dorm changed its sound. The clatter of boxes and parents faded. Doors shut more often. Music became a layered background instead of individual songs. Showers started up and shut off down the hall. Someone laughed so loud, their voice echoed off the cinder blocks. By the time Eli's parents left and mine had hugged me one last time in the parking lot, the building had settled into a new kind of hum. We spent that first night doing what newly freed teenagers are supposed to do, lying on our respective beds with our shoes still on, talking too long about nothing. We compared schedules. We ranked the dining hall rumors we had heard. We confessed in clumsy half-jokes how weird it felt to realize you could just walk out the door and no one would ask where you were going. When the overhead light finally went off, it was deliberate, not desperate. The room slid into a soft, bluish dark. A street lamp outside sent a rectangle of city light across the floor. The gap between my bed and the wall was just that, a gap. No special dust, no history. The cinder blocks were ugly and obviously solid, their seams filled with clean mortar lines. Eli's breathing on the other side of the room was the only one I heard. No hidden counterpart rose from the edges of the mattresses. No cool drafts licked along my shoulders. Instead, the sounds that filled the night were new ones. From the hall, the faint buzz of the vending machine, the squeak of sneakers on tiled floor, distant laughter flaring up and fading as a group moved past. Someone opened a door, and the muffled thump of bass from their speaker spilled out for a second, then was cut off. From above, a chair scraping, a drawer slamming. From outside, a siren somewhere far off. The whoosh of cars on a larger road than the one that had run past my childhood building. The clatter of something metallic dropped on the sidewalk. It was not silence, but it was a different kind of noise. One that did not leave room for the intimate, careful breaths I had grown up with. I lay on my back, staring at the shadowed ceiling, and waited without meaning to. Waited for the bed frame to shudder with an extra weight at the edges. Waited for the familiar scrape under the slats. Waited for that first testing exhale against my skin. They did not come. What came instead was something I had almost forgotten the shape of. Sleep, uncomplicated and deep. I woke to sunlight flooding the room from the narrow window and the smell of someone's burnt toast drifting in from the hall. Eli was already up, one headphone in, writing something on a notebook balanced on his knee. "Morning," he said. "You snore, by the way." "Sorry," I said automatically, and then paused. "I slept?" He gave me a look. "Yeah? That's what people do at night. You out like a light, man. Didn't even flinch when the fire alarm test went off at 2. I blinked at him. We had a fire alarm test? Briefly. Guy at the end of the hall burned popcorn. RA was mad. You didn't hear it? I shook my head. He laughed. Lucky. Guess you can sleep through anything. I did not answer that. The day that followed was full in the way only first days in new places are. Forms, lines, names, rooms that blurred together. I did not think much about the night until I found myself back in the dorm after dark. The hallway neon buzzing softly overhead. The door closing behind me with a solid, echoing click. I looked at the beds, at the gaps beneath and beside them, at the clean edges where mattress met air. They looked undisturbed, just furniture. Maybe I told myself that night when we turned the light off again, it had always been about that one building. Maybe the years of fear and the photograph and the scratch on Mark's back were all a localized sickness, something caught in the bones of a place and left behind when we moved. People say old houses hold memories. Maybe this dorm, with its fresh paint and cinder blocks and institutional lighting, did not have room yet for anything more complicated than homesickness and bad study habits, lying there in the center of my very normal, very standard issue bed, listening to the sounds of 100 other lives moving around me. I let myself believe, for a little while, that I had outgrown the monster simply by putting distance between us. It was almost comforting, that thought. Almost enough to make the years before feel like something that had happened to a different person. 4.2. A roommate who hears it too. Eli turned out to be the kind of roommate people say they want when they fill out those stupid matching forms. He was messy in the same places I was messy. Laundry in a dedicated pile. Dishes rinsed, but not immediately washed. Notebooks stacked in semi-organized towers. He stayed up too late, but he did it quietly. Hunched over his laptop with one earbud in, tapping out beats on his thigh instead of blasting music through the room. He had rituals too, though his looked normal from the outside. He could not sleep without some kind of noise. Not voices, he said, not podcasts or shows, because then he would listen and never shut his brain off. Instead, he had a white noise app on his phone that cycled through different sounds. Rain, ocean waves, distant city traffic. He rotated them like other people rotated pillows. Rain makes me think too much, he said once, scrolling through the options with his thumb. Ocean's good, but then I gotta pee. This one's the best. He settled on a setting labeled box fan, which sounded like someone trapped a storm in a cardboard room. Every night before sleep, he would put in his earbuds, open the app, and let the steady, manufactured hum fill his head. It cancels out the weird building noises, he told me. Otherwise, I start making up stories. I smiled at that and said nothing. We got used to each other the way people do when they share 4 walls and a door. I learned the rhythm of his evenings, the way he swore under his breath when he lost a game, the way he cracked his knuckles before starting an assignment, the way his jokes got stranger as the hour got later. He learned mine, how I flicked the lamp off and on once before leaving it at its lowest setting, how I always pulled my blanket up a little too high, even when the room was warm, how I avoided letting the back of my head touch the cinder block when I sat on my bed to study. He noticed things, but he did not push. Over the first weeks, our beds migrated. At move-in, they had stood neatly with space on both sides, like the glossy photos in the college brochure. That much open floor did not last. We both brought more stuff than we really had room for. Extra bins, a small bookshelf, a cheap rug I picked up because I was tired of cold linoleum under my feet. Gradually, the furniture edged outward. It'll give us more room in the middle, Eli said one afternoon, bracing his shoulder against his bed frame and shoving it sideways with a grunt. The legs squealed against the floor. The metal headboard bumped the cinder block wall with a dull clang and settled there. "Perfect," he said, stepping back to admire the newly freed up space. His pillow now practically kissed the paint. A familiar tightness started up in my chest. "You sure you want it that close?" I asked, trying for casual. "Those walls are cold as hell." He shrugged, tugging his blanket into place. "I like corners," he said. "Feels like I'm tucked in. Besides, these are like prison blocks. Nothing's getting through there." I did not argue. I even helped slide my own bed a few inches closer to my wall. Not enough to touch, but enough that the room looked symmetrical. The thing about symmetry is that from a certain distance, it looks like safety. One night, a few months into the semester, we ended up talking about ghosts. It was one of those late, aimless conversations born from too much caffeine and not enough homework. The overhead light was off, the room lit only by the glow from my desk lamp and the strip of hallway light under the door. Eli lay on his back, one arm folded under his head, the other scrolling through his phone. I was half sitting against my pile of pillows, pretending to read and failing. Someone down the hall had told a story about a suicide in our building. A rumor, almost certainly, but the kind that sticks anyway. Somewhere in the conversation that followed, the usual topics came up. Ouija boards, sleep paralysis. That time, my cousin swore he saw something at the foot of his bed. "You into that stuff?" Eli asked, rolling onto his side to look at me. "Ghosts, whatever." "I used to be," I said, "when I was a kid." "What, you grew out of it?" I thought of the photograph sitting in an old folder on an old computer in an apartment that was probably someone else's problem now. "Kind of," I said. "It's more complicated." He propped his head on his hand. "Complicated how?" "There is always a moment when you are holding a story like mine, where you decide how much of it to tell. If you say nothing, you stay alone with it. If you say too much, you risk sounding crazy. There is a narrow lane in between where you can offer a softer edit of the truth. Enough to answer the question, not enough to hand someone your entire head." "I had a weird room growing up," I said, choosing my words carefully. "Old building, thin walls. I used to hear stuff at night, breathing like someone was on the other side." He smirked. "You sure it wasn't your neighbors getting it on?" "It was like right behind my bed," I said, ignoring the joke. "When my head was against the wall, it only happened at night, when everything else was quiet. It would stop if I turned the light on. Start again when I turned it off." "That's textbook haunting," he said. "I'm pretty sure there's a Netflix category for that." "Yeah," I said. "It kind of messed me up for a while." "Did you see anything?" he asked. My mind offered up the image of fingers hooking over the edge of my mattress. "Not really," I lied. "Just felt things, heard things. My friend got scratched once, but everyone said it was him, not whatever." Eli made a thoughtful noise. "Sleep can do weird stuff," he said. "You always hear breathing when it's quiet. Your own, someone else's. You just fixate." "Yeah," I said again. "That's probably all it was." We let the topic drift after that, slipping into talk about classes and professors and which dining hall meal had been least terrible that week. Around 1 or 2, he put his phone down and crossed to the light switch. "You good if I kill it?" he asked. "Yeah," I said, reaching over to click on my small lamp instead. Its glow washed the room in a softer, localized haze. He turned the overhead light off. The room shrank, edges drawing closer around our twin islands of bed. Eli climbed under his blanket, earbuds already in one hand. I watched him thumb the white noise app open, select his chosen track, and settle the buds into his ears. The faint hiss of artificial air filled the room, leaking out just enough that I could hear the whisper of it from across the way. "Night, man," he said, already half swallowed by the sound. "Night," I said. I lay down, pulled the blanket up, and tried to let the dorm's familiar patchwork of sounds lull me the way they had been doing for months. For a while, they did. Somewhere down the hall, someone laughed too loudly and was shushed. Doors opened and closed. Pipes clanked in the walls as showers turned on and off. The building's heating system sighed through the vents in sporadic bursts. Gradually, the noise thinned. Lights blinked out under door cracks, one by one. The hall fell quiet enough that I could no longer tell if the vending machine was humming or if I was imagining it. Inside our room, the glow from my lamp painted a warm circle on the wall beside my bed. Beyond it, the corners sat in shadow. Eli's bed was a long, dark shape against the opposite wall, his face turned toward the paint, the back of his head almost touching the cinder block. I must have drifted off at some point, because the next time I was aware of myself, it felt like I had surfaced from deep underwater. The first thing I noticed was the silence, not just quiet, the absence of sound so complete it felt wrong. The fan noise from Eli's earbuds was gone. The hum of the vent had died. Even the far-off murmur of city traffic seemed to have been swallowed. I lay there, blinking into the dim room, and realized I could hear my own heartbeat loud and thick in my ears. Then, in that vacuum, another sound slipped in. A breath. Not mine. Not where I was. It came from across the room, from Eli's bed. Not the slow, congested huff of sleep, but the too close, too focused sound I knew far too well. Air being drawn in right along a surface and pushed back out through a narrow gap. The hair on my arms prickled. I turned my head, very slowly, until I could make out his outline. He lay on his side facing the wall, just as he had when we had turned the lights off. His shoulders were slightly hunched, blanket pulled up to the middle of his back. The breathing I heard was not coming from his chest. It was coming from the edge of the bed nearest the wall, from that 1-inch sliver of space where the mattress did not quite touch the cinder block. Inhale. Exhale. It was clearer than it had been in my childhood room. The smooth, unpainted cinder blocks did not muffle it the way old plaster had. The sound was bare and direct, like someone with their mouth pressed against cold stone, fogging it. Eli moved. Not much. A small flinch, a tightening of his shoulders. His hand crept up toward his head, feeling along the pillow. In the quiet, I heard the faint, sticky sound of an earbud being pulled free. He sat up so fast it nearly broke whatever spell held the room. "Do you hear that?" he whispered, too loudly, his head jerking toward me. His eyes were wide, whites visible even in the low light. My own voice failed me for a second. "Hear what?" I managed. He looked toward the door, then toward the wall behind his bed, then back to me. "Someone's in the hall?" he said, but it came out like a question he did not believe. I swear I heard someone breathing right in my ear. The thing about recognition is that it can feel like being punched. Every part of me wanted to tell him no, to deny it, to shove the knowledge back into the dark corner it had escaped from, but the room was still too quiet. The usual background hum had not returned. The only sounds were our heartbeats and that other breath, which had paused when he sat up and now resumed in soft, measured pulls. "Let's check," I said, my voice thinner than I liked. I swung my legs over the side of my bed and stood. The floor was cold under my feet. Eli already had one hand on the lamp's chain. He yanked it. Light flooded the room, harsh and immediate. In it, everything looked stupidly normal. 2 beds, 2 desks, 2 closets, posters curling a little at the corners, a pile of laundry in the corner. Eli sitting on his mattress, earbuds tangled in one hand, his other hand gripping the blanket at his knee. The gap between his bed and the wall was just a strip of linoleum, shadowed and empty. We both stared at it. The silence broke a little as the building's vent system gave a reluctant cough and started up again. Somewhere far away, a door slammed. The world rushed back in. "I told you," Eli said, but his voice was lower now, less certain. It was like, right here. He tapped the curve of his ear, like someone was leaning over me, breathing. I thought it was you at first, but he gestured between our beds at the solid distance. "I was asleep," I said. "I think." He rubbed his face with both hands, dragging his palms down until his skin reddened. "That's the thing," he said. "I've had that before, at my parents' place. Not a lot, but once or twice. I'd be almost asleep, and then I'd feel this presence, like someone standing right behind the wall, lined up with my head, breathing through it." My mouth went dry. "At home," I said slowly. "Your bed is against the wall too?" He nodded. "Yeah, old house. My room's small. Only way it fits. I always tell myself it's the pipes or whatever, but it doesn't sound like pipes. It sounds like a person who doesn't want to be caught breathing." He laughed then, but the sound had no real humor in it. "Tonight was worse, though," he added. "It felt closer, like it wasn't in the wall, like it was using the wall." That phrasing hit something in me that had been waiting for it. "Using it how?" I asked. He shrugged, eyes going distant for a moment. "Like it doesn't care where it is, as long as there's something hard on one side and someone sleeping on the other. You know? Like the wall's just an excuse to be right next to you without being seen." My skin crawled. I had never heard anyone else put it that plainly, not without me feeding them the idea first. "Maybe it followed me," I said quietly, before I could stop myself. He looked at me sharply. "What?" "Nothing," I said quickly. I used to have something like that, in my old room, with the bed against the wall. I thought maybe it was just that house. But if you had it too, somewhere else." Eli was quiet for a long moment. "My grandma used to say some places are thin," he said finally. "She like the walls between stuff don't work as well. But what if it's not the places that are thin? What if it's us?" We sat there in the too bright room, both of us suddenly very aware of how our beds touched, or almost touched, the solid surfaces around us. Eventually, he swung his legs over the side of his mattress and shoved it an inch away from the wall with the heel of his foot. The frame groaned. "Just in case," he muttered. I did not tell him that an inch was more than enough room. We turned the light off again after a while, because you cannot live in full brightness forever. The vent hummed. The hallway noises returned to their usual harmless level. Eli put his earbuds back in, though he only wore one now, leaving the other hanging free as if he wanted to be able to hear the room too. I lay on my back, staring at the ceiling, listening to the dorm breathe around us. Whatever had pressed itself against the cinder block near his head was quiet for the rest of the night. Maybe being caught had made it cautious. Maybe it was never there in the way we understood there at all. But the damage was done. I had come here believing I had left it behind in old paint and cracked plaster. Seeing Eli sit up in the dark, ripping his earbuds out and asking if I heard someone breathing next to him, snapped that hope cleanly in half. It was not the old house it was attached to. It was us, whoever we were when we lay too close to the edges. 4.3. Where the seam really is. Once Eli heard it, I started paying attention in a different way. Before, my rituals had been about survival. Do not dangle limbs, do not align your head with a wall, do not acknowledge the breathing more than you have to. After that night, they became something else. Little experiments in cause and effect. I noticed, for example, that the worst nights came after we talked about it. If a day went by where neither of us mentioned the old stories, where my thoughts stayed busy with exams and cafeteria food and whatever small dramas were unfolding on campus, the room at night behaved like any other room. The vents sighed, the pipes complained, someone down the hall laughed too loud or cried in the shower, and I slept. But on the nights when the conversation drifted back toward my childhood bedroom, or Mark's scratches, or the not-quite ghost at Eli's ear, something in the dark seemed to lean closer. Sometimes it was my fault. I would lie awake thinking about seams, replaying old moments, the way the mattress had lifted at home, the cold exhale against my palm, the photograph I kept buried. It felt like calling a number I did not want to dial. Sometimes it was his. He would joke about our wall breather or mention casually that he had nudged his bed an inch away just in case, or ask whether I had ever tried recording the sound. Those days, the night always answered. The air around the edges of our beds would turn sharp. The hum of the building would thin out, as if something were standing just outside the room, listening. A breath, familiar and patient, would slide back into the seam nearest whichever of us had talked about it the most. By then, I was taking psychology classes, lecture halls full of theories about perception and memory and suggestion. I learned about priming and expectation, how the brain fills in sensory gaps with whatever it already believes. I learned the word nocebo, the way believing something will harm you can make the harm real, even if the trigger is harmless. I sat in those classes and thought, yes, that explains some things. But it did not explain the hand in the photograph. It did not explain the scratches on Mark's back. It did not explain Eli pulling his earbuds out in the middle of the night and asking if I heard someone breathing at his ear. Suggestion, I knew, could do a lot. It could not shift furniture. It could not flake paint. It could not move a camera from one angle to another while I slept. There is a point where you stop being comforted by rational explanations and start feeling like you are trying to use paper to hold back water. The night that forced me to rethink everything came late in the semester, when the air in the dorm turned thick and wrong. The building's air conditioning picked the first hot week of spring to die. Maintenance came around, apologizing and promising a fix, but days went by and the vents stayed stubbornly still. The hallways turned into slow-motion saunas. Doors stood open to coax whatever breeze there was from one end to the other. People dragged mattresses under windows, took cold showers at 3 a.m., slept with ice packs wrapped in towels against their necks. In our room, the heat sat on us like a hand. "Windows it is," Eli said, shoving the frame up with more force than necessary. Sticky paint resisted, then surrendered with a groan. Warm night air slid in, marginally better than the stagnant heat inside. We tried to sleep in our usual beds at first, sheets kicked down to the foot, fans borrowed from other rooms humming at both ends. Sweat glued t-shirts to our backs. Each inhale felt like drinking from a glass that had been sitting in the sun all day. "This sucks," Eli muttered, flipping his pillow to the cool side for the 5th time. Who knew hell had cinderblock walls? Around 2 in the morning, he gave up. "I'm going down," he said, already climbing out of bed. "Down where?" I asked, voice sticky with fatigue. He grabbed the spare foam topper he sometimes used when his mattress felt like a rock and dragged it onto the floor near the window. The linoleum squeaked under it. "Down here," he said. "Closer to the draft. These beds are like ovens. You want in?" "I'm good," I lied. The idea of lying on the floor, eye level with the seam where wall met baseboard, made my skin crawl. He shrugged and flopped the foam down with more enthusiasm than it deserved. In the process, he pushed it right up against the wall under the window, so that one side of it pressed tight against the paint. He lay on his back at first, arms flung out, soaking up what little air moved over him. "This is paradise," he said. "Paradise where your spine sticks to the floor, but still." I rolled onto my side and pretended to believe him. The dorm outside our door was quieter than usual. Heat makes people lazy. The parties on other floors had wound down early. The hallway lights hummed, and somewhere a fan rattled on an extension cord. But the usual chorus of doors and voices was absent. I watched the rectangle of the open window. The night beyond it was just a darker shape, no view, just a slice of sky and the suggestion of the building across the way. Insects whined invisibly outside the screen. On the floor, Eli's breathing slowed as he crept toward sleep. His head was so close to the wall that his hair brushed it when he shifted. I tried not to think about that. I failed. Once the thought was there, it lodged itself under everything else. Every sound in the room, the faint drone of the borrowed fan, the whisper of air through the window, the creak of the bed frame when I moved, had to pass through that image. My roommate's skull resting inches from cinderblock, one side of his jaw almost aligned with the line where wall met floor. I told myself I was priming myself, that my psych professors would roll their eyes at me. "You're setting up your own jump scare," they would say. "You're giving your brain exactly the pattern it's looking for." The room around us seemed to agree. The fan hiccuped and stuttered, but kept going. Outside, a car rolled past, its tires hissing on distant pavement. Somewhere in the building, a toilet flushed, then another. For a while, it was just that, hot, heavy, and ordinary. Then the building noises thinned, the way they always did before something happened. The fan kept turning, but its sound fell away in my awareness, as if someone had closed a door between me and it. The hall lights still hummed, but faintly. The little gusts of air from the window grew still, as if the night outside were holding its breath. In that manufactured calm, I heard skin meet paint. At first, it was just the soft, sticky sound of Eli's shoulder shifting against the wall. Sweat made a faint suction, a tiny peel and press as he rolled slightly to one side. Then another layer slid under it, a second contact. Not soft like sweat and cotton, but dry. A rasp more than a squeak. The sound of something harder than skin moving along the cinder block, testing its texture. It ran a slow line, just above where I knew the edge of the foam met the wall. A sound like paper being dragged across rough stone. "Don't," Eli murmured. His voice came out low and half-choked, the way people talk when their mouths are still wrapped in sleep. I pushed myself up on one elbow. "What?" He did not answer. His head turned a fraction toward the wall, as if he were trying to pull away from something without fully waking up. The back of his skull brushed the paint. That dry sound came again, closer this time. The wall itself added its own tiny commentary, a soft, high rattle, almost like bones clicking together, as if something inside the cinder block were shifting. I swung my legs over the side of the bed. The floor was hot under my feet, warmth stored up from the day radiating back out. "Eli," I said louder. "Hey!" He gave another of those little sleep-mumbled protests. "Don't!" The wall answered with a faint crack. It was not loud. It was the kind of noise you might mistake for settling if you were not lying in the dark, watching someone's head rest against that exact place. A compressed, reluctant pop, like mortar giving way a hair's breadth. My body moved before my brain caught up. I stepped down into the space between our beds and the window, toes hitting the thin rug, then the bare linoleum, then the edge of his foam. I crouched and slid my hands under his arms, fingers digging into his damp t-shirt. He was heavier than he looked. For a second, he sagged away from me, head thumping lightly against the wall. A wash of cold air slipped past my hands as his hair left the paint, a brief, concentrated draft that smelled faintly of dust. I yanked him toward the center of the room. He came awake with a gasp, feet scrabbling against the floor for purchase. "What the?" he started. "Get up," I said, more sharply than I meant to. My voice did not sound like mine. He obeyed, mostly because his body did not have any other choice. He stumbled to his feet, blinking, one hand going instinctively to the back of his head as if checking for a wound. "You were..." I gestured at the wall, at the foam. "You were right against it." "So?" he said, still foggy. "I was hot." "Just move," I said. "Come here." I pulled him farther into the middle of the room, then reached for the light switch. The overhead light came on in a harsh, buzzing flood. For a moment, my eyes stung, adjusting. The room snapped back into its ordinary shapes. The foam topper lay askew near the wall, one corner still touching the baseboard. Eli's pillow had slid down, sitting half on the padding, half on the bare floor. I stepped closer to the wall above where his head had been. At first glance, it looked like any other stretch of college cinder block, uneven, pitted, painted over too many times in institution-approved eggshell. Then I saw the mark. It sat at about the height of his jaw when he lay down, just above where his cheek would have rested. A dark smudge, roughly oval, as if someone had pressed a face there and left an outline. Up close, it was not paint or moisture. It was dust. The wall was not clean to begin with. Years of hands and bags and shoes brushing past had left a faint grime on the lower blocks. But here, somebody, or something, had disturbed that film in a different pattern. The lower curve of the smudge traced the shape of a jawline, a shadow of a chin. Above it, two narrow streaks arched outward, the right one a little longer than the left, as if two nostrils had been pressed to the wall and exhaled hard, sending out twin plumes of dust. Fine specks had fanned away from those arcs in a light spray, settling in a crescent. It looked like the negative of a face seen from the side, pressed too close. My stomach turned. I lifted my hand and held it a few inches from the mark. The air there felt cooler than the rest of the wall, a tiny pocket of leftover chill. Not the deep, bone-cutting cold of ghost stories, but a draft that should not have existed on such a hot night. "Dude," Eli said behind me, voice smaller now. "What is that?" "Dust," I said, because that was the word my mouth knew how to form. "Just dust." "Yeah, but it's shaped." We both stared at it, the silence in the room now filled not by absence of sound, but by the wrongness of that outline. He stepped up beside me, close enough that our shoulders almost touched, and squinted. Looks like somebody tried to blow on the wall, he said quietly. Or through it. He laughed once, brittle. That's dumb. Walls don't, you know. He did not finish the sentence. For a long second, all I could think about was every time a head had rested against a wall, mine, Mark's, his, bedrooms, couches, car windows, all those moments when someone's skull had been the only thing between their thoughts and whatever waited on the other side of whatever they trusted to hold the world back. I had spent years thinking of it as attached to a place. My childhood apartment, that particular bedroom, those specific walls. But it had followed to other houses, other rooms, other beds. Now it had left the suggestion of a face on a college dorm wall it had no business even knowing about. It did not need a particular building. It needed a situation. A head close to a hard surface. A belief, however small, however unconscious, that the thing you were leaning on was solid and safe. The real seam was not in plaster or cinder block. It was in that thin, blind space between a human skull and whatever they had chosen to rest it against. That was where it slid in. That was where it breathed. 5.1. Learning to sleep next to someone. If fear was my first long-term relationship, Alex was the second. By the time we moved in together, I had gathered enough years and enough half-normal sleep that the story of my childhood bedroom had calcified into something I could almost talk about, like it belonged to someone else. Almost. On paper, things looked good. I made it through college without flunking out or having a public breakdown. I took enough psychology classes to pretend I understood my own brain. I had a job that paid just enough to be called real and just little enough that sharing rent made sense. And I had Alex. Alex was the first person I ever told the full story to, start to finish. Not the edited version, not the creepy room when I was a kid anecdote, but the whole spine of it. The breathing, the hand, the scratches, the photograph in the hidden folder. They listened in a way most people do not. No nervous laughter, no searching for rational explanations before I finished a sentence. They asked questions, but they were the kind that made it clear they were walking inside the story with me, not standing outside trying to poke holes. I do not know what I believe, Alex said when I finally ran out of details, but I believe you believed it. I believe you felt it. You would be amazed at how much that sentence can do for a person. When we found the apartment, it felt like a small miracle. It was the top floor of a tired building on the edge of a city that was trying very hard to gentrify itself. The hall carpets were worn. The stairwell smelled faintly of someone else's cooking and old paint. But the place itself had windows on two sides and enough space for a couch that did not fold out of anything. The bedroom was small, but it had one thing none of my previous rooms ever had. A door that closed on a space that belonged to me and someone I chose. Not parents, not a roommate assigned by housing. Alex. We stood in that empty room the first day with the keys in our hands, imagining furniture into it. "The bed goes here," Alex said immediately, crossing to the far wall and stretching their arms wide as if they could already feel a headboard there. "We put it against this wall, then we have room for a little dresser there, and maybe a chair in the corner." They pressed the flat of their palm against the paint as they spoke, testing it like they trusted it. I was halfway across the room before I realized I had moved. "Maybe we do it in the middle," I said, too fast. "So you can walk around both sides, like in the catalogs." Alex turned, eyebrows raised. "In the catalogs, people have rooms the size of this whole floor," they said. "We have 8 feet and a dream." They were right. the room was more rectangle than square. If we put the bed in the middle, there would be a sliver of space on either side that you could slide through sideways, but not much else. Against the wall, the room opened up, left room for a dresser, for movement, for the small illusion that we were not living on top of each other. My brain knew that. My body knew something else. I tried to picture it. A queen mattress pushed up against that wall, one long edge pressed flat against paint that had already peeled in a few places. One side open to the room, one side closed. Two pillows side by side, two heads, one of them inches away from whatever might be waiting in the seam. It will feel cramped, I said, groping for practical reasons. And it is harder to make the bed when one side is against the wall. You have to crawl over it. Alex smiled. I promise we will survive the hardship of wrestling the fitted sheet, they said. Look, if we put it in the middle, the door opens right into it. You will crack your knee every week. Against the wall, there is a clear path. Function over aesthetics. They stepped off measurements on the floor, turning the abstract into lines of imagined furniture. I watched, pulse climbing in a way that had nothing to do with tape measures. Is this about that? They asked finally, straightening up. Their eyes softened. The wall thing? There it was, said out loud. I opened my mouth, closed it, and then shrugged because I did not trust my explanation to sound like anything but superstition. I just sleep weird, I said. You know that? It is easier if I do not have to think about walls. Alex crossed the room to me. They put their hands on my shoulders as if testing whether I would bolt. What if you do not have to think about them either way, they said. If I sleep on the wall side, you get the open edge. You get the easy exit. I get the corner. Everyone wins. I flinched at the idea before I could hide it. You want the corner? I asked. Alex nodded. I like feeling anchored, they said. I grew up in houses where my bed always floated in the middle of the room. I hated it. The wall makes me feel like I know where I am when I wake up. Like there is one direction nothing can sneak up from. I almost laughed at that. How perfectly opposite we were. For them, the wall was safety. For me, it was the exact opposite. It is not going to hurt me, they added, misreading my silence as concern for them. I promise. Whatever your house had going on, this place is different. New walls. The paint was chipped. The building was older than they thought. But compared to my childhood apartment, it did feel less haunted, or at least less layered with my own history. The corners did not hold my childhood breath. The baseboards did not know the shape of my hands. I looked at the wall. I looked at Alex. If I fought them on this, I would have to explain more. I would have to say, plainly, that I was afraid of something I had never fully proven. Something that had already cost me years of sleep and more than one friendship. I would be dragging that thing into this new space with us, making it part of our furniture before we had even moved the boxes in. Part of me wanted to do that. To be honest, to say, this is the worst thing about me. And if we are going to share a bed, you should know what shares it too. The rest of me was tired. Tired of being the one with the weird stories. Tired of letting an invisible seam dictate the layout of my life. Okay, I said finally. You get the wall? Alex's smile returned, bright and unburdened. Team practicality, they said, and kissed me once on the forehead, sealing the deal. We bought a mattress together the following weekend, an absurdly grown-up errand that made us both giddy in a way we pretended to be embarrassed by. The showroom was full of couples lying on beds in their shoes, hands folded on their stomachs, staring at acoustic tile ceilings as if divining the future. This one? Alex said, bouncing on a mid-range option that squeaked less than the others. Not too soft, not too prison. I lay on my back, testing the give. The mattress cradled me without swallowing me. No ancient springs, no hollow core. Underneath, a brand new frame waited, still in its box, the wood untouched by anyone's weight yet. "Yeah," I said. "This one." We wrestled it up the stairs together, cursing and laughing when it got stuck in the stairwell. The frame took an entire afternoon to assemble, littering the bedroom with Allen wrench blisters and bits of cardboard. The bed, when we finally pushed it against the wall, ate half the room in one swallow. "There," Alex said, dropping onto it with exaggerated exhaustion. "Home." They scooted toward the wall side, stretching their legs out, toes pointing toward the opposite corner. The mattress dipped under their weight. I stood at the foot of it, looking at the line where the side of the mattress met the paint. The wall felt too close. Their head would be right there. Alex patted the space beside them. "Try it," they said. "It feels different when there is someone else here." They were right. When I finally climbed onto the bed, when I lay down on the outside edge with my back to the open room and my face turned toward them, the whole geometry shifted. The wall was now an over-the-shoulder presence instead of something my skull touched directly. The seam was theirs, not mine. Between me and the paint lay their body, warm, solid, breathing. If anything wanted to get to me from that side, it would have to go through them. The thought made me nauseous. "Hey," Alex said softly, reading whatever crossed my face. "You are here. I am here. That is what matters. We are not in your parents' place. We are not in a dorm. It is just us." They tangled their fingers with mine where our hands met in the middle. The first night we spent at that bed, the world outside the window felt like it belonged in a different story. A dull, constant murmur of traffic filtered up from the street. Engines, occasional horns, the distant whoop of a siren that never got close enough to be urgent. Somewhere in the building, a neighbor's TV flickered, its sound muted into meaningless bass notes. Pipes ticked in the walls, but not in the precise, stalking way I remembered. Lying there in the dark, I could feel the warmth of Alex's shoulder against my arm, the weight of their leg thrown lightly over mine. Their breathing, slow and even, spread through the small space between us and the wall, filling it with something human. "You okay?" they murmured as the light from the street lamp outside slipped slowly along the ceiling. "Yeah," I said, "just getting used to it." "Getting used to what?" "Sleeping next to someone," I said, which was true. It was just not the only thing. They made a contented noise and shifted closer, closing whatever distance was left. Their forehead brushed my temple. "If something comes for you, it has to get through me," Alex said, half joking, half not. I did not answer that. I did not tell them that the thing I was worried about would not come for me, not anymore. Instead, I lay awake longer than I admitted, listening. For the first hour, there was nothing but the apartment, the occasional creak of settling, the hum of the refrigerator in the kitchen, the shuffle of someone walking down the hallway. No extra breaths slipped in at the seam, no cold drafts traced along the paint. The wall, for that one night, behaved itself. I should have been relieved. Instead, I watched the faint line where mattress met plaster over Alex's shoulder and thought, with a guilt that tasted like metal at the back of my throat, if it comes back, it will find them first. 5.2. The bruise. She thought I gave her. For a while, the bed did what we bought it to do. It held us. That sounds simple, but if you have lived as long as I did with the feeling that any place you lay your head is a negotiation, not a rest, you understand how miraculous simple can feel. The first weeks in that apartment settled into a rhythm that felt almost aggressively normal. We worked. We came home. We cooked things that did not always turn out, ate them on the couch, watched whatever show would let us both half pay attention. Sometimes we went out. Sometimes we stayed in. Sometimes we fell asleep mid-conversation. Sometimes mid-argument that softened before it finished. At night, the bed was warm and crowded in ways that had nothing to do with ghosts or seams. Alex liked to sleep touching. A knee hooked over my leg, an arm flung across my chest, a foot nudging my ankle as if to confirm I was still there. I got used to waking up pinned in place by the gentle weight of them, their breathing a familiar presence in the dark. On those early nights, nothing else breathed with us. No cold drafts chased themselves along the wall. No invisible weight leaned against the edge of the mattress. If there was a seam, it hid under the ordinary noises of the building. Someone slamming a cabinet downstairs, a toilet flushing through the pipes, the constant faint rush of the city outside our window. I started to think, quietly, cautiously, that maybe living with another person really had changed the math. Fear, I told myself in my more generous moods, was like any other habit. You can break it by not feeding it. College had taught me to ignore the rituals a little. Therapy years later had given me language for some of it. Hypervigilance, sleep disturbance, trauma responses. Alex, without meaning to, gave me an anchor in the bed that was heavier than anything in the seam. There were still nights when my body braced as soon as the lights went off. But those nights grew fewer. The memory of the breathing dulled at the edges, like an old scar I could press without flinching as much. I would never say I forgot it. Forgetting was not something my mind seemed interested in, but I boxed it up, pushed it to the back, labeled it with words my professors would approve of. Then we had a fight. It was nothing spectacular, not in the way people write about in essays. No slammed doors, no breaking plates. Just one of those long, low-grade arguments that start in the morning in miniature and grow arms throughout the day. It began with something small, dirty dishes left too long in the sink, a bill that had not been paid on time, a text message I responded to too slowly. By the time the sun went down, it had become about everything else. Division of labor, who cared more, who was carrying the relationship on their back. We did what mostly functional adults do. We walked away. We cooled down in separate rooms. We came back to the table and tried again. By the time we went to bed, the sharpest edges had been sanded off, but the air still felt charged. "I am not mad," Alex said as we brushed our teeth side by side, both staring into the mirror instead of at each other. "I am just tired." "I know," I said. "I am too." We crawled into bed on our respective sides. They turned toward the wall, as they usually did, tucking their knees up slightly and curling into the familiar corner. I lay on the outside edge, facing their back. The room was dim, lit only by the thin slice of streetlight seeping in around the curtains. Their breathing settled into sleep before mine did. I lay there, staring at the vague outline of their shoulder, feeling the small gap between their body and the wall beyond them like a third presence. It had been years since I had felt the thing in the seam with any clarity. College had been the last time it left a mark I could not explain away. Since then, it had been more a haunted feeling than a phenomenon. That night, the old anticipation slid back into my chest, uninvited. I told myself it was the fight. My nervous system was already frayed. Of course, my brain reached for familiar monsters. Of course, I was waiting for something to happen. That was how conditioning worked. The building around us went through its nightly narrowing. The neighbor's TV shut off. The occasional car on the street became rarer. The fridge in the kitchen cycled down. At some point, I drifted, not fully asleep, not fully awake. That loose, dangerous place in between where you feel every shift in the mattress and every change in the air. I do not know what time it was when I woke up for real. There was no alarm, no loud noise, just the subtle sense that something under me had changed. The bed was moving, not in big, noticeable jolts, no dramatic shaking. It was a small, steady rhythm, like a heart beating somewhere under the frame. A slow push and release, coming from the side, pressed up against the wall. If someone had stood there and leaned their hip into the mattress in time with their own breath, that is what it would have felt like. At the same moment, I became aware of a sound layered under Alex's sleep breathing. Their breaths were shallow, quickened by dreams, puffing against the pillow. Interwoven with that was another pattern. Longer inhales, longer exhales, coming from the thin strip of space between their face and the wall. It was the same rhythm I had heard behind my own head as a child. That deliberate, too even cadence, as though the lungs making it never had to pause for a heartbeat or a thought. I froze. Alex shifted in their sleep. A small, strangled sound escaped them, more like a suppressed cough than a snore. Their shoulders tightened, hunching inward, as if something heavy had settled on their chest. The bed's subtle rocking aligned with that motion. Every time the mattress nudged toward the wall, it seemed to pin them there a little more. "Stop," they muttered, barely audible. "Stop. It." Their hand groped backward in the dark and landed on my chest. Fingers splayed. They pressed down hard, as if pushing me away. "Alex," I whispered. "Hey, you're dreaming." Their eyes did not open. Their palms shoved harder against my sternum, knuckles grinding. Their breathing hitched, turned ragged. My own lungs felt tight, as if the air in the room had thinned. The wall-side edge of the mattress dipped further, like something was pushing it from that direction, compressing foam and wood and body all at once. The creak that escaped the frame was soft, but high, a noise I had learned to dread. Pressure where there should not be any. For a second, I nearly did nothing. That is the part I think about later. The beat in which fear and some twisted curiosity held me still. I wanted to see what would happen. I wanted to see if this was finally the moment where the thing in the seam overplayed its hand and left Alex with marks no therapist could talk away. Then their hand spasmed, fingers clawing at my shirt, not pushing me now, but clutching, and they made a sound I had never heard from them, a low, choked gasp that ended in a whine. "Please," they whispered, the words shredded by sleep. "Please don't." That broke whatever spell I was in. I rolled toward them, wedging my body between theirs and the wall as much as the limited space allowed. My knee hit the edge of the mattress. My shoulder bumped their shoulder. The bed stuttered under the change in weight. The invisible rocking stopped. The extra breathing pulled back as if something had flattened itself, going still. Alex jolted awake halfway through my clumsy intervention. They sat up fast, hand tearing away from my chest, eyes wild and unfocused. Their other hand flew to their ribs on the wall side, fingers pressing into their side as if trying to hold themselves together. "What the hell?" they gasped. "What the hell?" "It was a dream," I said automatically. the words sour in my mouth. You were dreaming. They looked at me like I had slapped them. Morning came in with the color of old milk through the curtains. The fight from the day before, smoothed over but not resolved, sat between us like a third person at the table. I made coffee. I burned toast. I tried to act like my chest did not still ache where their hand had pushed against it. Alex came out of the bedroom in a t-shirt that had seen better days, eyes shadowed. They did not take the mug right away. "Look at this," they said instead, lifting the hem of their shirt on one side. Along their ribs, starting just below the armpit and running down toward their waist, was a darkening bruise. It was not a perfect stripe. It wavered slightly, thicker in some spots, thinner in others. But the overall effect was that of a long, blunt pressure line, the kind you might get from being shoved repeatedly against something unyielding. "It hurts when I breathe," they said. I woke up every time I moved and felt it. I stared, heart knocking against my ribs. My first thought was ludicrous. I did not do that. My second was worse. Something did. "I had the worst dream," Alex went on, not waiting for my analysis. "I dreamed you were mad at me, like really mad. You were trying to push me out of bed, but I was against the wall, so you just kept shoving me into it. I couldn't get enough air. I kept telling you to stop, but you just kept pushing." They mimed the motion with one hand, flat palm, repeated pressure. In the dream, I thought, that could have been me, in the bed, in the dark, to someone who did not know what else lived in our seams. "I didn't," I said, too quickly. "I swear to you, I didn't do that." "You grabbed me," they said. "I remember that. You woke me up. But before that, I felt hands on me, stronger than you think you are." Their eyes flicked to my chest, to the place their hand had pressed in the night. I wanted to tell them about the rocking bed, about the second breathing pattern, about how their body had been pinned between the mattress and a presence that used the wall as leverage. I wanted to say, if I was pushing you, it was to pull you away from something else. But the words soldered themselves to the roof of my mouth. Everything I could have said sounded like an excuse a guilty person would make up. It wasn't me. It was the ghost in the wall was not a sentence anyone hears as a reason and not a plea. "I woke up when you did," I said instead, which was true, just not all the truth. "You were already against the wall. You were breathing hard. I pulled you away." "So you didn't." Alex trailed off, fingers hovering above the bruise as if touching it would make it more real. "No," I said. "I would never." They held my gaze for a long time, searching it for something. Then they let the shirt fall. "Maybe I did it myself," they said, but their voice did not have much conviction. "Maybe I pushed back in my sleep. Maybe the frame shifted," I offered. "We built it ourselves. We probably did it wrong. Maybe it dug into you." Alex snorted. "We're not that strong," they said. "But fine. Whatever." They took the coffee then, shoulders tight. Later, when they were in the shower, I went back into the bedroom alone. The bed sat where we had left it, one side pressed up against the wall, the blankets twisted into the vague animal shapes of a bad night. I knelt on the floor and looked at the seam. At first, it was just dust and shadow. The baseboard, the side of the mattress, the little gap between them that every bed develops no matter how tightly you wedge it. Then I saw it. Just above where Alex's ribs would have been, the off-white paint along the baseboard was flaked raw, a small patch, no bigger than the length of my thumb, where the surface had been rubbed away. The layer beneath showed through in a duller, older shade. Stuck to the edge of the mattress there, clinging to the fabric where it met the frame, was a little ridge of debris. Paint dust, grayish lint, tiny crumbs of who knows what. It looked like something had pressed the bed so hard into the wall that it had scraped their surfaces together, grinding years of accumulation into a single dirty knot. I reached out and brushed it lightly. It came away on my fingertip in a fine, gritty smear. I pictured the night again, the slow, rhythmic shoving in time with a breath that was not mine. Alex pressed between foam and plaster, their dream translating the pressure into my hands on their body. From the outside, it would always look like anger. From the inside, it looked like something that had found a new way to hurt someone without ever being in the room in a way anyone else could see. I wiped the dust off on my jeans and stood up, the mattress and wall solid, ordinary, horrifically innocent in the daylight. For years, I had been afraid that the thing in the seam would hurt me. It took that bruise to realize that it could do something worse. It could hurt the people I loved and leave me standing there with all the pieces in my hands, looking exactly like the one who had done it. Woo. 3. The night, the headboard hit the wall. The bruise did not go away as fast as either of us hoped. It darkened first, blooming out into sick purples and yellows along Alex's ribs, a slow-motion echo of pressure. Every time they changed clothes, I caught a glimpse of it and felt a matching ache in my chest. We did the reasonable things. They went to a doctor once, more to ease my mind than theirs. The doctor nodded through the story, pressed careful fingers into the bruise, asked polite questions about sleepwalking and stress. No cracked ribs, no internal bleeding. Just a soft tissue injury, they said. Maybe from rolling into the wall, maybe from an elbow. Bodies are clumsy things. Alex did not mention the dream. I did not mention the thing that used walls as tools. Still, the tone in the apartment shifted. Arguments became quieter, but they never really ended. We circled around the bruise the way you circle something rotting in the back of the fridge, pretending not to smell it, pretending it is not there, knowing at some point you will have to deal with it. At night, we slept further apart. Where Alex had once draped themselves over me like a second blanket, there was now a careful gap, an arm's length of mattress between us. Their back still faced the wall, but their spine curved away from it a little more. I tried not to flinch when their eyes flicked to my hands without meaning to. One evening, a few weeks after the bruise had started to fade, we were getting ready for bed in that quiet, practiced way couples do when they are trying not to start another fight. I was brushing my teeth. Alex was sitting on the edge of the bed, scrolling through something on their phone. The lamplight made shadows under their eyes that had not been there a month ago. "You say it wasn't you," they said suddenly, not looking up. I spat, rinsed, and leaned in the bathroom doorway. "Because it wasn't," I said. "You say you never hit me," they went on, thumb frozen on the screen. "Never pushed me." "I would never," I said. They finally looked at me. "Then why do you look at that wall like it is a loaded gun?" I had not realized I was doing it. My gaze had drifted, as it always did, to the seam where the mattress met the paint. "Habit," I said. It sounded thin even to me. "Old stuff, you know." "I know the stories," Alex said. "I know you are afraid of something I have never seen, but I am the one waking up with bruises. I am the one dreaming you are hurting me." They put the phone down and stood, crossing the small room in 2 steps until we were almost touching. "If you are so sure it is not you," they said, quiet but relentless, "then you should not mind switching." Switching what? Places, they said. You sleep on the wall side. I sleep out here. If you really believe it is not you, if you really think it is all, whatever, then prove it. Show me you are not afraid to be the one against the wall. It was a challenge and a plea in one. Part of me wanted to say no. Everything in my body recoiled at the thought of lying with my head inches from that paint again, of putting my skull where theirs had been. But the other part, the part that was tired of being quietly suspected, tired of watching Alex flinch in their sleep, knew that if I refused, it would harden something between us. If I said I believed the danger was not me but would not get near the wall myself, what did that look like? Okay, I said, before I could talk myself out of it. We can switch. They searched my face as if expecting me to take it back. When I did not, they nodded once, briskly, like they were closing a deal. We changed the bed in a slow, awkward choreography. Alex stripped their pillow from the wall side and swapped it with mine. The sheets twisted as we walked them around the mattress. By the time we were done, the bed looked exactly the same as it had an hour ago, but the roles had reversed. The headboard, thin wood screwed into the frame, braced directly against the wall, now loomed over my chosen pillow. When I sat down on that side for the first time, the wall felt too close behind my back. The paint was cool through the thin layer of wood. Every tiny movement made a sound. A knock, a creak, the soft protest of screws in old plaster. Alex lay down on the outside edge and looked at me across the small distance. See, they said, we are fine. I wanted to believe them. We turned out the lamp. The room shrank to a faint outline. The window, a pale rectangle. The dresser, a darker block. The bed, a long, low shape containing two bodies and a lot of unspoken things. I lay on my side, facing Alex, the headboard against the back of my skull. The wood touched my hair, a light pressure. The wall pressed its presence through that contact, a solidity I could not pretend away. For a while, nothing happened. The apartment did its usual night routine. The fridge cycled, pipes in the bathroom gurgled. Somewhere above us, someone dropped something heavy and swore softly. Alex's breathing evened out. Their silhouette softened. They reached across the gap once, fingers brushing my forearm, and then withdrew, curling into themselves on the open side. I tried to match my breath to something calm and rational, counting inhales, counting exhales. The back of my head grew colder, not dramatically, just enough that I could feel the difference between where my hair touched the headboard and where my face faced the room. Then, sometime deep enough into the night that the street outside had gone quiet, the soundscape changed. It started with a space. Everything fell away at once. The low hum from the neighbor's TV, the faint traffic murmur, even the building's own creaks, as if someone had put a hand over my ears and left only one channel open. Through that channel came a breath, not from the wall exactly, and not from the open room. It threaded itself into the narrow gap where my head met the headboard, a cool, thin exhale that slid along the back of my neck and seeped through the wood. For the first time, it felt like it was not inside the wall or under the bed, but directly between my skull and the thing meant to protect it. I stopped breathing, listening. The air that came through was not steady like a breeze. It pulsed, long in, long out, with a precision that mocked my own lungs. Each inhale drew the warmth out of the small space behind me. Each exhale pushed it back in, tinged with a faint, stale smell. Old dust, old paint, something that had been closed up too long. The headboard vibrated just enough that I could feel it in my teeth. I stared at the outline of Alex's face in the dark. They were still turned slightly toward me, mouth slack with sleep. No sign they felt any of it. "Stop," I whispered, not sure who I was talking to. The next breath that came through was almost amused, a tiny hitch at the end, like someone holding back a laugh. Then the headboard moved. It started with a single, small push, so quick I almost convinced myself I imagined it. The wood tapped the wall behind it, a hollow, testing thunk that barely registered as sound, but rattled down my spine. The second push had more weight behind it. Thunk. This time, the whole frame shivered. The mattress bounced under us. Alex mumbled and shifted, foot dragging against my calf. My hands clenched in the sheet. "Alex!" I hissed. Before they could wake fully, before I could say anything else, the third blow landed. Bop! The headboard slammed into the wall with a force that felt like a body check. My skull, caught between wood and plaster, jolted forward. Pain flared at my forehead, bright and hot. B-O-P, B-O-P. 2 more hits, in quick succession. The sound reverberated through the thin walls, a series of sharp impacts that echoed into the neighboring apartments. Alex bolted upright with a scream that tore the rest of the night apart. "What are you doing?" they shouted, voice already high with panic. "I'm not..." I started, but my words drowned in the chaos that followed. A light came on in the hallway outside our door. Someone in the apartment next to us banged the shared wall with the flat of their hand. "Keep it down," a muffled voice yelled. "People are trying to sleep." Another neighbor's light flicked on through their window shade. Somewhere a baby started crying. Alex scrambled to the lamp and snapped it on. The sudden brightness made my eyes water. The room looked smaller than it ever had. Corners crowded with things we had chosen together that now felt like props in someone else's scene. They stared at me. Their gaze flicked from the headboard to my face, to the proximity of my body to the wall. "You slammed it," they said, half accusation, half bewilderment. "You were slamming your head into the wall." My forehead throbbed. When I lifted a hand to touch it, my fingers met a tender swelling already growing just at the hairline. "I didn't," I said, but it sounded weak even to me. "It hit me." "That's not how physics works," Alex snapped, but their voice wobbled. We both looked at the wall. There, directly behind where my head had been, the paint was no longer smooth. A small, fresh indentation marred the surface, a shallow crater in the plaster, hairline cracks spidering out from its center. Around it, 4 curved scrapes peeled through the topcoat, radiating outward like petals or the arcs of hooked fingers. The paint had torn in those lines, curling up at the edges, exposing the duller layer beneath. It looked disturbingly like something had braced a hand there. 4 fingertips spread, pressing into the wall, right before shoving the headboard forward with force. A faint dusting of white lay on the top edge of the wood, as if something had fallen from above during the impact. "That wasn't there before," I said, throat dry. Alex swallowed, eyes flicking between the new damage and the rising bump on my forehead. "So you..." "What?" they said slowly. "You hit your head hard enough to dent the wall, and somehow that's not you? You're telling me that was... what? The thing that bruised me? The thing in your stories?" The way they said "your stories" hurt in a way I was not prepared for. I opened my mouth, closed it, opened it again. "I felt it breathing," I said, between my head and the headboard. It pushed. It was like like it used the wood. I wasn't throwing myself. "Listen to yourself," they whispered. "Listen." Silence stretched between us, full of broken sleep and half-finished fights. The neighbor banged on the wall again, weaker this time. "Some of us have work in the morning," they muttered through plaster. "Sorry," Alex called back automatically, voice strangled. We did not go back to sleep. We sat on opposite edges of the bed for a long time, both of us staring at the dent in the wall as if it might rearrange itself into something less damning. My head throbbed in time with my pulse. The apartment slowly calmed around us. Lights clicked off, the baby next door settled, the building returned to its usual, indifferent hum. In the harsh light of morning, Alex packed a bag. "I'm going to my mom's for a few days," they said, not meeting my eyes as they folded clothes. "I need to think. I need space." "Alex," I said. The word felt useless. "I know what I saw," they said quietly. "I know what I felt. You say it's not you. I want to believe that. But the net result is the same. I'm getting hurt. You're getting hurt. Things are slamming into walls in the middle of the night. And your answer is, what? That something invisible hates the way we sleep." When they put it like that, the story sounded as thin and implausible as I had always feared. They slung the bag over their shoulder, paused at the doorway, and finally looked at me. "I love you," they said. "That's why I'm not calling the cops. That's why I'm not telling my mom the whole thing. I'm just stepping back before something worse happens." The door clicked shut behind them with a soft finality. The apartment sagged into a new silence. In the bedroom, the bed waited, one side pressed up against the damaged wall, the headboard still leaning into the dent it had made. For the first time in years, I was alone with it again. Just me, the mattress, and the seam where my head had been. 1. Mapping the seams. After Alex left, the apartment felt like a diagram someone had erased the labels from. All the objects were still there. The couch with the sag in the middle, the table with one uneven leg, the bed pushed up against the bruised wall, their mug on the counter, their hair tie on the back of a chair. Evidence of a life shared, interrupted. What was missing was the person who had made all those things feel like part of something. Silence settled differently without them. It had a raw edge to it, like a wound that had just stopped bleeding. The hum of the refrigerator, the distant siren, the upstairs neighbor's footsteps, none of it sounded like background anymore. Everything sounded like something I had to account for. I told myself at first that I would use the time alone productively. Sleep, work, maybe call a therapist again. Maybe find the right words to explain to Alex that I was not the thing that bruised their ribs or slammed my skull into the wall. Instead, I found myself sitting on the bedroom floor with a notebook and a pen, drawing lines. It started as a nervous doodle, a rectangle for the apartment, smaller rectangles inside. Bedroom, kitchen, living room, bathroom, a child's floor plan. Then, without really deciding to, I began marking the places where furniture touched walls. The bed, the couch, the low bookcase in the living room, the wardrobe in the bedroom corner, the chair at the desk whose back almost brushed the paint when I sat in it. Anywhere wood or fabric met plaster or tile got a small cross. From a distance, the marks looked random. Up close, they formed a pattern I already knew in my bones. All the places where someone might rest their head or their spine and trust that what was behind them was solid. The bed had the largest cross. I stared at that map for a long time. If you showed it to anyone else, They would see an anxious person's scribbles, someone tracking drafts or pests or simple noise. But I saw something else. Roots. The thing in the seams had always moved along edges. It had followed beds, couches, dorm frames, foam toppers. It did not manifest in the middle of rooms. It did not stand in doorways. It slid between. It pressed into the thin places where one surface ended and another began, and people pretended that line did not matter. If that was true, if it needed those narrow spaces the way a fish needed water, then it had to be following the paths I had just drawn. It did not float aimlessly. It traveled through seams. The notebook filled quickly. On one page, the simple floor plan. On the next, notes in cramped handwriting. Couch/west wall. Breathing once, 2:13 a.m., first week alone. Bed/north wall. Strong event, headboard impact, swelling. Wardrobe/east wall. No events yet, but dust disturbed at base. Kitchen cabinet/outer wall. Faint tapping, could be pipes. I began to log time as obsessively as location. The next night, when I could not sleep and the apartment's noises turned hollow, I sat on the edge of the bed with my phone in hand. Every time I heard something that did not fit the normal pattern, a hush of air along the wall, a subtle vibration in the headboard, a breath that did not belong to me, I checked the time and wrote it down. 1:47. Faint exhale from behind nightstand. 2:09. Pressure against mattress edge. 3:02. 3 slow knocks somewhere under floorboards. Several days of this, and the pages began to look like the ramp-up to something. From a psychologist's perspective, the image was textbook. I knew that. In lecture halls, I had seen slides about obsessive-compulsive patterns, the need to catalog, to control through ritual. I had read case studies about people drawing maps of perceived threats, convinced that if they could just understand the layout, they could stop the disaster waiting at the end. If I held my notebook at arm's length, I could see myself as someone else might. Alone in an apartment, partner temporarily gone, history of sleep problems, now staying up all night drawing diagrams of seams and logging phantom noises. Paranoid, fixated, decompensating. The clinical words fit uncomfortably well, but then there were the other pieces that refused to sit neatly in a diagnostic box. Mark's back, Eli's night in the dorm, the photograph. Alex's bruise and the dust ground into the edge of the mattress. You could call them coincidences. You could call them misinterpretations. But they were there, heavy as books on a shelf. The more of them I stacked together, the less they looked like random clutter, and the more they looked like a pattern trying to be seen. In therapy, they tell you that sometimes believing in a monster is safer for your mind than believing the people you trust would hurt you. What they do not talk about as much is what happens when the monster starts leaving marks. Other people can see, and still somehow you are the one holding the smoking gun. Sitting on that floor, pen smudging my fingers, I realized I had reached a point where the abstract comfort of rational explanations no longer outweighed the concrete terror of physical evidence. If this was all in my head, then my head had managed to bruise others, dent walls, move furniture. If it was not all in my head, then there was something in the thin spaces of the world that had learned how to use me as its plausible deniability. Either way, I could not keep doing nothing. The idea came slowly, the way bad plans often do. If it always needed a seam close to where someone slept, if it always surfaced where head met wall, where back met couch, where body met frame, then maybe the seams were both its roads and its traps. What if I could close off most of them? Not every gap in the apartment, that was impossible. But the ones that mattered. The ones in places where a person might reasonably rest and become vulnerable. If I could seal those edges, maybe I could limit where it could manifest. Hem it in. Force it to choose from a smaller set of seams. And if I knew exactly which seam it had to use, maybe I could do something about that seam. I told myself it was all hypothetical at first, an exercise. The notebook did not believe me. On a new page, I drew the bedroom again, but this time in more detail. The bed, the headboard, the wall it leaned against, shared with the kitchen on the other side. The gas line for the stove ran along that kitchen wall. You could see the pipe if you stood in the right spot, a dull metal line emerging from cracked plaster, bending shutoff valve, the flexible hose snaking to the back of the range. Gas, I knew from safety trainings and accident reports, did not care about walls. It migrated, seeped, filled any space it could find if given the chance. A seam of its own. The plan sharpened as I wrote. First, block every other seam I could. I spent an afternoon rearranging the living room. The couch, once pushed up against the wall, was dragged a foot forward so that its back no longer touched paint. I wedged storage bins and boxes behind it, then jammed rolled towels into the narrow gap to keep it from sliding back. The little bookcase was pulled completely away from the wall and anchored with makeshift braces so it would not drift over time. The bedroom became a construction site. I moved the wardrobe until it stood flush with the wall, then sealed its base with duct tape, pressing the adhesive into the line where wood met floor. The chair went into the closet. The nightstand was pulled forward, then backed with a sheet of cardboard and more tape, turning its rear edge into a solid, uninviting plane. Anywhere a piece of furniture might invite a crack of space wide enough for a breath, I filled it. Towels, foam strips, even old folded shirts sacrificed to the cause. I told myself I was just baby-proofing the apartment against something no one would ever see. By the time I was done, the only meaningful seam left in the bedroom was the one I could not eliminate without losing the bed entirely. The narrow gap between the top of the headboard and the wall, and the unseen space on the other side where the kitchen pipes ran. I stood in the doorway and looked at it the way a hunter might survey a blind. If the thing needed a place where a human head rested near a hard surface, then this was the last good option. I could sleep with my head near the headboard. I could let it come, let it press itself into that one remaining seam. And on the other side of that wall, in the kitchen, was a line of gas that did not care about what was real or unreal. It only cared about spark, about confinement, about the conditions for an explosion. The part of me that had once studied risk assessments and safety protocols knew exactly how many things could go wrong with that line of thinking. I could hurt myself. I could kill myself. I could blow half the building apart and be the one everyone pointed at. The thing in the seams, if it existed the way I thought it did, might not be harmed at all. It might simply move on, find a new seam elsewhere, slip into another person's wall space, another bed. But the thought had already rooted. The only way to break this pattern was to stop letting it move through the gaps unchecked. I am not crazy, I told the empty room. My voice sounded small. I am not crazy for trying to stop something that hurts people. Somewhere in the apartment, the pipes ticked. On the other side of the headboard, behind a layer of wood and plaster and old paint, the gas line waited, humming quietly with the promise of fire. If the monster wanted a seam, I would give it one. I would just make sure it was the last seam it ever used. 6.2. The gas, the matches, and the wall. There are bad ideas, and then there are ideas that feel like they grew in through the cracks of your skull while you were asleep. This one did not arrive as a sudden revelation. It accreted. little thought by little thought, justification by justification, until the night I finally acted. It felt less like a choice and more like a script I had already been following for years. It started quietly. I stood in the kitchen, staring at the stove, at the line of metal that disappeared into the wall I shared with the headboard. The wall had a memory now. The dents from the night the headboard slammed, the faint arcs where paint had peeled like skin. On the other side of that plaster, my bed waited. The headboard pressed against it like a forehead against a door, listening. It was early. Too early to pretend I was just tired. The hallway outside my front door still carried the day's noise. Somebody's television turned up too loud, a half-heard phone argument, the rattle of pots and pans. I waited until that started to fade. By midnight, the building had quieted into its usual uneasy sleep. A light still glowed under the door of the apartment across the hall. My neighbor who worked nights and lived on a flipped schedule. But the rest of the floor had gone dim. I moved through the kitchen without turning on the overhead light. The only illumination came from the small lamp in the living room and the distant sodium orange from the streetlights outside, bleeding in around the edges of the blinds. It painted the counters in dull, flattened color, more shadow than detail. The stove sat where it always had, a chipped, ordinary thing. The burner knobs looked harmless, stupidly so given what they were connected to. "This is insane," I said aloud, just to prove I could still hear myself think. "This is absolutely insane." The room did not disagree. Gas has a sound when it moves, if you know to listen for it. A faint hiss, almost lost under the tick of the old clock on the wall. When I nudged one of the knobs far enough for the valve to open but not far enough to spark, that was the sound that answered. The smell came a second later, invisible and inexorable. It slid out across the stovetop, a cold, chemical sweetness that undercut the lingering scent of the coffee I had made earlier. It crept down the cabinets and into the narrow spaces between appliances, following whatever path the air in the apartment usually took when it thought I was not paying attention. I coughed once, more from nerves than from fumes. It would take time, I told myself. I had read enough safety warnings, sat through enough building orientations, to know that nothing ignited instantly. It seeped. It pooled. It found the places no one thought about. The wall shared with the bedroom cut a solid line between spaces, but I had lived with this building long enough to know how little that meant. I had heard my neighbors through those walls, smelled their cooking, felt their doors slam through the frame of my own. If sound and smell could travel, gas could too. It only needed the smallest seam. I left the kitchen and went to the bedroom. The bed waited, precisely where I had designed it to be. Headboard pressed against the north wall, every other potential seam in the room clumsily sealed with tape and fabric. I had never been more aware of my own stupidity than in that moment. There is a particular nausea that comes from realizing you are about to do something you would call suicidal in anyone else, and still finding reasons to keep going. I opened the bedroom window an inch, then another, then stopped. Too much air, and nothing would work. Too little, and I would be the first thing to fall. I did not know where the line was. The whole plan lived in that ignorance. "Fiction," I muttered under my breath, as if saying it that way made it safer. "This is just a story. Just a story." My hands shook hard enough that I nearly dropped the small box of matches I had taken from the drawer. I set it on the nightstand, next to the lamp I had not turned on, and lay down on the bed. The mattress exhaled around me. I arranged myself the way I knew it liked best, on my side, facing the room, the back of my head almost but not quite touching the headboard. If I tilted my skull half an inch, the wood met bone. The wall felt closer than ever. I closed my eyes and listened. At first, all I could hear was my own blood in my ears and the faint, intruding smell of gas pushing its way under the bedroom door. It moved differently than normal air, thicker somehow, more deliberate. Minutes stretched. The building's ambient noise retreated, one piece at a time. Upstairs, a final flush of a toilet. Downstairs, a door latch clicking. Somewhere far away, a siren started and faded, never coming near. The hiss from the kitchen was only a suggestion from this far away, but I could feel it in the way the air seemed to lean toward that shared wall. When the breathing started, it was almost a relief. Not mine. Not the shallow, too fast inhale of someone on the cusp of panic. The other one, the one I had met in too many rooms. It slid into the seam behind my head like it had been waiting for the invitation. Cool air moved along the back of my skull, not from the open window, but from the narrow space between the headboard and the wall. Each inhale made the wood chill. Each exhale warmed it with a stale, dry heat that tasted wrong at the edges of my awareness. It did not sound healthy. That was new. There was a rasp in it now, a harshness at the end of each pull, as if whatever was pressed into that seam was drawing in more than it wanted, something it could not quite process. Good, I thought. Vicious and small. Choke on it. The room smelled stronger. The gas crawled up my sinuses, prickling the back of my throat. My eyes watered. I kept still. My fingers found the matchbox on the nightstand and curled around it. The cardboard edges bit into my palm. "In here," I whispered, voice barely audible. "You want a seam? Here." The next breath it took rattled. For a moment, the back of my head felt oddly light, as if the space directly behind it had widened. The sense of a face pressed through wood and plaster became sharper. No features, just proximity. The logical part of my brain, the one that still wanted to attach labels to things, screamed at me about oxygen levels, about how gas displaces air, about how close my own lungs were to whatever I thought I was suffocating. Another part of me, the one that had watched bruises bloom on other people's bodies and been treated like the one who did it, only held tighter to the matchbox. That was when the knocking started. Not from the wall, not this time. From the front door. 3 sharp blows, hard enough to rattle the frame. I jerked on the mattress, the spell shattered. The breathing behind my head paused, as if startled too. The knocking came again. "Hey!" a voice called, muffled through wood and distance. "You smell that?" My neighbor, the one across the hall, the one whose light had been leaking under their door earlier. My heart slammed against my ribs for a whole new set of reasons. "Shit!" I whispered. The breathing behind me drew in a long, ragged inhale, like it was bracing itself. If I did nothing, my neighbor would keep smelling what they smelled. They would call someone. The fire department, the landlord, the gas company. Someone who would come and air the place out and put labels on me that would never wash off. If I did something stupid now, in a panic, I could blow both of us through the wall before any of that happened. The door shook under another round of knocks. "Hey, you okay in there?" I scrambled off the bed, head swimming. The matchbox fell from my hand and skidded across the blanket. The breathing at the seam followed me, or tried to. It stretched, thinned, as if reluctant to leave that one narrow crack, but unwilling to let me move more than a few steps away. I staggered down the short hallway, every inhale burning a little. My fingers fumbled with the deadbolt. When I opened the door a crack, my neighbor's face appeared in the gap, worry already etched deep. "You smell that?" they asked without preamble. "Like gas? It's strong out here." "Yeah," I said, forcing a cough into my voice. I think the stove's acting weird. I turned it off." "You sure?" they said, leaning in slightly, nostrils flaring. "You should open your windows. That stuff will knock you on your ass." "I will," I said. "I got it. Thanks." They hesitated, like they were deciding whether to push past me and see for themselves. For an awful second, I pictured them stepping into the apartment, walking into the kitchen, flicking on the light. Switch. Spark. I wedged my shoulder into the doorframe, blocking the entry without making it obvious. "Seriously," I said. "I'm on it. Go back inside. I don't want you breathing this either." Maybe the sincerity in my panic convinced them. Maybe they just did not want to be responsible for whatever this was. "Okay," they said reluctantly. "Just, if you feel weird, call somebody, yeah?" "I will," I lied. When I closed the door, my hands were shaking so hard I could barely get the lock to catch. The breathing had moved. I knew it before I stepped back into the bedroom. The air felt different against my skin, not just around the edges, but right at my ear, like someone had leaned in close enough to speak. On the bed, the matchbox lay where it had fallen, half open. The seam behind the headboard sizzled with absence. The sound that met me now when I approached the bed did not come from that gap. It came from the spot where my head had been on the pillow, as if something had grown impatient with the narrowness of the wall and had decided to occupy the space the pillow outlined instead. Each inhale seemed to tug at the fabric, just a fraction, lifting it, lowering it. I sat on the mattress, legs unsteady. Up close, the smell of gas was overpowering, a sickly sweet blanket draped over everything. My temples throbbed. The rational part of my brain yelled at me to shut off the stove, throw open the windows, get out. The other part, the one that had dragged me this far, saw an opening. If it was here, if it had finally left the safety of the seam and come this close, maybe this was the only chance I would ever get. My fingers found the matchbox again. I slid one out with clumsy care, the tiny stick of wood absurdly light. My thumb rested on the rough strike strip, the texture familiar from campfires and childhood candles. "Stay," I whispered to the empty air above the pillow. "Stay here." The breathing hitched, as if amused. I struck the match. It flared to life with a soft, violent sound, sulfur blooming in the air. For a fraction of a second, the small flame carved the darkness into sharper shapes. In that slice of light, I saw it, or the absence where it had been, right above the pillow, hovering inches above the indent my head had left. The faint outline of something darker than the room itself curved away from the wall. Not a face, not fully, just the arc of a skull, the suggestion of a jaw pulling back, as if startled by the sudden brightness. It recoiled, drawing itself toward the headboard, leaving behind a faint distortion like heat ripples. The match burned down to my fingers. I had just enough time to start to flinch before the air around it changed. The flame stretched, then exploded outward. Light slammed into my eyes, a blinding, roaring yellow-white that turned the entire wall into a single, furious color. Heat rushed across my skin like a hand. The sound was not a bang so much as a deep, muffled whoomp, the kind that seems to come from inside your own chest. The headboard jumped. The mattress bucked. I was thrown backward, shoulder slamming into the opposite edge of the bed frame. For a sick heartbeat, I thought the whole building had gone. Then the world rushed back in pieces. The shriek of the smoke detector, a high, stabbing wail, the stink of burned paint and scorched wood overlaying the gas. My own coughs, raw and uncontrollable. Fire crawled up the wall where the headboard met it, blackening the paint, chewing on the cheap varnish of the wood. It was not the cinematic tower of flame I had half feared, half wanted. It was localized, vicious, an angry animal pinned to one spot. I stumbled toward the kitchen on legs that felt rubbery, half tripping over the mess I had made of the bedroom. I shut off the gas with hands that barely remembered how to turn a knob. Someone pounded on my door, the hallway filled with voices, yells, the thud of feet. Someone pulled a fire alarm. Water from a sprinkler in the kitchen finally coughed to life, dousing counters and floor in a sudden cold rain. By the time the fire department forced my door open, the worst of the flames were already dying, smothered by lack of fuel and the haphazard efforts of my neighbors. The wall behind the bed was blackened, a sooty halo radiating out from the center. The headboard was charred, blistered. The dent in the wall had a new, darker ring, as if it had been touched by something hot from the inside. I stood in the middle of it all, soaked, coughing, my right hand blistering where the match had burned too close before the world blew apart. They asked me what happened. I gave them the version that would not get me locked up on the spot. "Gas leak," I said hoarsely, voice ripped raw by smoke. I don't know. I lit something. I didn't realize. Every word was technically true and completely wrong. When they finally left, when the alarms went silent and the neighbors stopped staring, I was alone again with the burned wall and the ruined bed. The seam behind the headboard was gone now, filled by char and cracked plaster. In the quiet that followed, as the last of the adrenaline seeped out of my muscles, I listened. No breathing came from the wall. For the first time in years, I was not entirely sure whether that made me feel safer or not. 6.3. The official report morning did not arrive so much as bleed in through the blinds, gray and reluctant. The apartment smelled like a burned science experiment. Wet ash, scorched paint, sour smoke. The sprinklers in the kitchen had shut off sometime before dawn, but the floor was still slick in places, puddles reflecting the warped shape of the cabinets above. I had not slept. Every time I closed my eyes, I saw the match flare again, saw the wall turn to light, felt the punch of heat as the headboard jumped. Every sound in the building, the groan of pipes, a door closing down the hall, collided with the memory of that blunt whump and made my muscles clench. They came back around 9. Fire inspectors first, in yellow helmets and navy shirts that still smelled faintly of somebody else's disaster. Then a cop with a clipboard and the tired face of someone who has already decided what happened. Then the landlord, red-faced and sweating, his expression caught somewhere between anger and relief. The fire crew moved through the apartment with practiced efficiency. They checked the stove. They checked the gas line with a handheld meter that beeped when it got too close. They scraped at the char on the wall with gloved fingers, looking for deeper damage. The cop asked me the same questions as the night before, but slower, pen hovering over paper. "You smelled gas when? You lit a match. Why? Were you trying to light a candle? A cigarette?" I stuck to the story I had already told, the only version that could survive daylight. "I thought I'd turned the stove off earlier," I said. "I must have, I don't know, bumped it. I smelled something, but I thought it was nothing. Then I lit a match and..." I let the sentence trail off. Let him fill in the rest. "Lucky it didn't take the whole building," he said finally, scribbling something that was probably nicer than what he was thinking. The fire inspector came over, wiping soot on the leg of his pants. "Looks like you've had some real creative plumbing in this wall," he said, thumbing toward the kitchen. "Somebody tied into the line who shouldn't have, or patched it sloppy. That leak's been waiting for an excuse. You gave it one. So, it's not just me," I said. "It was already dangerous." He shrugged. "Gas is always dangerous," he said. "You still don't play with fire when you smell it. Basic stuff." The official report, when it came together, sounded exactly like something no one could argue with. Probable cause: accumulation of natural gas due to improper maintenance or prior repair of supply line. Ignition source: open flame in proximate area. Match. Damage: localized to bedroom/kitchen partition. Moderate smoke damage, no structural compromise. Injuries: minor, smoke inhalation, superficial burns. I was in every line without being in any of them. The landlord paced in the hallway while they talked, sweating into the collar of his too-tight shirt. When they left, he stepped into the charred bedroom, squinted at the wall, and turned on me with his hands splayed. "You know what my insurance deductible is?" he demanded. "You know what happens if the city decides this building's too old to keep grandfathering?" "I'm sorry," I said, because what else was there? "Sorry doesn't fix this," he snapped, waving one hand at the blackened plaster. "You're lucky they're calling it an accident. You're lucky nobody else got hurt. If that gas had built up in the hallway..." He stopped himself, pinched the bridge of his nose, then exhaled hard through his teeth. 30 days, he said. "I'm not renewing your lease. I'll give you 30 days to get out, and that's me being generous. If my insurance comes back ugly, I might change my mind." The words landed with less force than the headboard had, but they still shoved something out of place inside me. "Okay," I said. 30 days. He muttered something about kids and their damn carelessness as he left, as if I were 10 years younger than I was. The door clicked behind him. For a while after that, the apartment was full of strangers. Maintenance guys with tool belts checking the gas line again. A cleaner with a portable vacuum designed to suck soot off surfaces. Someone from the property management company taking photos of the damage, their phone clicking like a metronome. They all paused at the wall at some point, frowning in that way people do when something pricks their subconscious, but does not quite resolve. The burned section was not evenly black. Smoke had climbed the plaster in a ragged plume, licking out around the edges of where the headboard had stood. The darkest area formed an oblong shape, lying on its side right at head height, wider at one end and tapering at the other. If you let your eyes adjust to it, the stain resembled a person curled along the wall, knees tucked, spine curved, head tipped toward the bed. Beside that soot silhouette, 4 clean tracks cut through the black, pale stripes where the smoke had not settled. They started just above where my pillow had been and swept outward in parallel arcs, as if 4 long fingers had braced there and dragged away, wiping the soot off as they retreated. "Look at that," the cleaner murmured once, more to themselves than to me. "Spooky." They ran the vacuum over it. The surrounding char lightened a little. The 4 stripes stayed. When everyone finally left and the apartment settled into a damp, burned silence, I stood alone in that room and stared at the pattern. If you wanted to, you could write it off. Maybe the plume of smoke had hit a cooler patch of wall and condensed weirdly. Maybe the sprinkler spray had washed streaks of soot away in those particular lines. Maybe my brain was so primed for shapes and fingers and faces that it would have turned any random pattern into that. Maybe. If the last decade of my life had taught me anything, it was that maybe can live beside horror very comfortably. Alex came that afternoon, They texted first. "I'm coming by to get some more stuff. Is it safe?" And I answered yeah, before I could think of reasons to say no. When they stepped into the bedroom and saw the wall, they stopped in the doorway. "Jesus," they breathed. The bruise on their side had faded to a faint yellow echo, barely visible now. The look on their face was sharper. "The fire guys say it was a bad repair," I said, words tumbling out in a rush. "The gas line was already messed up. I just lit the match at the wrong time." "You just lit a match in a closed apartment that smelled like gas," they said, not taking their eyes off the scorch mark. "That's not nothing." I was trying to, I almost said kill it, and heard how that would sound in the air between us. "See?" I finished weakly. "See what?" I did not answer. They stepped closer to the wall, head tilted. Their gaze tracked the soot shape, the curved suggestion of a body, then stuck on the 4 clean streaks cutting through the black. Their hand lifted, hovered over those pale lines, then fell back to their side as if they thought better of touching anything in this room. "You realize how this looks, right?" they said. "Like an accident," I said. "That's what the report—" "Like you are trying to burn your own walls down," they cut in, voice low. "Like you are trying to— what? Prove something? Punish something? Yourself? Me?" "No," I said, and it was the truest word I had left. It's not every time I think about coming back," they said, not looking at me. "Something else happens that makes me feel stupid for even considering it." They took a breath, steadying themselves. "I can't do this," they said finally. "I can't be the person who wakes up bruised, or to alarms, or to firefighters in my doorway, and then has to accept, well, there's this thing in the walls, you see," as the explanation. Their eyes met mine then, and for a moment I could see the person who had once said they believed that I believed. That version of them looked tired. "I'm not saying you're lying," they said. "I'm saying whatever is happening to you is bigger than a 1-bedroom apartment and a bad gas line. And I can't be inside it when it gets worse." They packed quickly. Clothes, books, a toothbrush left in the cup beside the sink. Their half of the bed linens were already gone. The mattress, scorched at the head, sat naked against the ruined wall. At the door, they hesitated. "I hope you get help," they said, and the way they said help told me they did not mean a plumber. "But I can't be the one to give it." Then they were gone, the hallway swallowing them, the outer door at the end of it thumping shut. The next weeks passed in a blur of logistics, insurance forms, landlord calls, trip after trip down the stairs with boxes that felt heavier than they should have. The bed frame went to the curb in pieces, the headboard splintered beyond saving. I found another place, a smaller unit across town, barely more than a room with a kitchenette. The lease start date and the end of my 30 days did not line up neatly, so there was a gap. For 3 nights, I slept on a borrowed foam mattress on the bare floor of the apartment I was being ushered out of. Everything else around me either boxed or gone. On the last night, the burned bedroom was stripped. No bed, no frame, no headboard. The wall stood alone, its scorch mark an ugly bruise that someone else would eventually paint over. I dragged the foam into the middle of the room, deliberately far from every wall. There was more space now than there had ever been. The room felt larger without furniture, its echoes longer. "There," I told myself as I dropped the thin pillow onto the mattress. No seams, no excuses. I lay down on my back, arms at my sides, staring up at the ceiling. It was almost funny, how careful I was being. how much geometry I was still doing in my head. I measured distance in breaths, from my head to the nearest wall, from my feet to the door, from my shoulders to the empty corners. The building hummed quietly around me. Someone upstairs walked from one end of their unit to the other. A car passed outside, tires swishing on wet pavement. Nothing pressed against my spine. Nothing exhaled behind my skull. For the first time in a long time, I felt the beginnings of something like fragile, exhausted peace. At some point, as the ceiling blurred, my body let go enough that I started to slide towards sleep. My head rolled a little to one side on the pillow. The foam mattress dipped slightly under my weight. The pillow, cheap and overused, slipped half an inch. My neck relaxed. My head tilted back just enough that the bare skin of my nape brushed the floor. I had misjudged the room by one small detail. The rolling cabinet I had left near the door, a low, wheeled thing I had used as a makeshift nightstand. I had pushed it away, but not far. One of its legs was closer than I thought, its bottom edge hovering a finger's width above the floor. Between that leg and the floorboards was a gap, a seam. The back of my head found it with horrible, perfect accuracy. A soft bump against the base of my skull, the tiniest hollow where wood did not quite meet wood. I did not realize what I had done until I felt the air change. It came not from the walls, not from the burned corner of the room, not from the door where other dangers might walk in. It came from that tiny, stupid space between the cabinet's foot and the floor, a slit of darkness no wider than a coin. A breath slid out of it, soft, long, as steady and unbothered as if nothing had ever happened. 7.1, motel carpet and thin walls. By the time you hear this, I will have slept in more beds than I ever wanted to. I am in one right now. It is the kind of bed that comes with places like this, where the room number is printed on a plastic key card, and the ice machine is the loudest thing you hear before midnight. The mattress sags in the middle just enough to make you roll toward the wall, like the room itself is trying to tuck you into the seam it was built around. If you are listening to this on a phone, or letting someone else read it to you over footage of empty roads and stock photos of bedrooms, just take a second and notice your own bed. How close is your head to the wall right now? I am in a motel off a highway that does not have a name in my memory, just a number. The kind of place you get for a week at a discount rate when your lease ends and your new place is not quite ready. The sign outside used to say something cheerful, Sunrise Inn or Comfort Lodge, but half the bulbs are dead now, so it just blinks sun. In an anemic, pinkish neon. Every few seconds, the light shivers and clicks. That soft, electrical tack, leaks in around the edges of the heavy curtains. The whole room pulses faintly with it, breathing in red, out gray. The carpet is thin and patterned with swirls meant to hide stains more than please the eye. When I first came in, my shoes stuck a little with each step, like the room wanted confirmation that I really meant to stay. The air smells like old air freshener layered over older cigarettes, with a humid undertone from the buzzing wall unit under the window. If I lean back against the headboard, I can hear the vending machine down the hall shudder every time it wakes up. Compressor kicking, metal frame rattling, cans clinking faintly against one another. Somewhere above me, a toilet flushes. The pipes in the wall behind my head respond with a low, choking groan, carrying someone else's routine through the thin wood and drywall. The TV in the next room is always on. Sometimes it is the news, the sound too low to make out the words, just an urgent murmur under everything. Sometimes it is a game show, The rise and fall of audience laughter filtered through the wall until it sounds like static trying to learn how to talk. Tonight, it is something with canned laughter and a laugh track that does not quite sync with the muffled dialogue. I have the volume on mine turned all the way down. The screen is dark. I do not need more noise in here. I brought my own. My laptop is on the nightstand to my right. Its power light a small, steady eye in the dim room. If you were here, you would see the recording software interface on the screen. Those neat, unforgiving lines that turn whatever you say into jagged green shapes. If you are watching this on someone's channel, you are seeing something else instead. Night drives, stock footage, a camera sliding slowly past a wall with a bed pressed up against it. The person reading this to you is not me. My voice does not carry as well as theirs. I am just the one who put the words in their mouth. I have been talking to them for a while. To you, everything I have told you so far, the childhood bedroom, the dorm room, Eli, Mark, Alex, the burned wall, is the story I have been recording here, in this motel, lying on this sagging mattress with my head a little too close to another unfamiliar wall. That is the part I have been avoiding saying clearly. This is not something you are overhearing. This is not a journal someone found after I disappeared. This is me, right now, in a room that smells like other people's nights, telling you exactly how we got here. Because I am tired. Tired of being the only one who knows where the seams are. Tired of watching other people brush their heads against walls like it is nothing and hoping nothing is waiting there tonight. I could have kept this to myself. I almost did. That was my first instinct. The same one I had when I was a kid, pressing my face into cartoon sheets and trying not to move while something breathed behind the plaster. But here's the thing about carrying something like this alone for long enough. You start to feel less like a person and more like a container, a vessel, a wall someone forgot to insulate. And eventually, you want to crack a little and let something out. So I did what people do now, in this century, when they have a horror they cannot quite explain. I opened my laptop. I found an email address at the bottom of a video. The kind of address that says, "Send me your story. Real or not, I will read it." I wrote to them. At first, it was just a few paragraphs, then pages, then files. They wrote back eventually, the way these channels do. "Thanks, this is intense. Can you tell it in first person? Can you add more detail about the sounds, the setting, the feeling of it?" They did not ask if it was real. That is not the point. The point is whether it feels real enough that someone lying in their own bed at 2 a.m. will lie very still to hear the end. So that is what I have been doing. For the last few nights, this motel room has been half studio, half confessional. I sit at the little round table by the window to write, the plastic chair squeaking under me every time I shift. When it is time to read, I move to the bed, prop the laptop on my knees, and talk toward the headboard, because there is no one else here. It is a weird intimacy, talking to people you will never see and who will never see you. I imagine you anyway. The channel's audience is always described the same way. You guys at home, you listening in your car, you doing homework with this on in the background. But every time I have played one of these videos myself, it has been in a bed. Sometimes my own, sometimes a couch in a borrowed apartment, sometimes a cheap place like this one, when I am between leases and pretending my life is not bulging at the seams. So when I say you, I mean you flat on your back under a blanket, phone, or tablet on your chest. Room mostly dark. Maybe there is a lamp on low. Maybe there is only the light from the screen. Your head is near something. A wall, a headboard, the padded back of a booth seat if you fell asleep in front of the TV. You clicked on this because the thumbnail had the right kind of bed in it, because the title promised something about the thing in the wall, or the seam you never notice until it breathes. Because you like being scared in ways you can control. I understand that. This is me trying to turn something I cannot control into something you can. Honestly, there is vanity in it too. It feels better to shape the story than to just be dragged through it. If I can line the events up and wrap words around them, maybe it makes me more than a person things happen to. Maybe it makes me not safe exactly, but less helpless. There is another, less noble piece. If I tell this well enough, if it works as a horror story, then maybe that is all it will ever be to you. A story. Something that lives entirely in the 30 minutes or so the video fills, in the distance between the narrator's voice and your ceiling. And if you keep it there, maybe it will stay there. That is the hope. That by naming this thing, by pinning its pattern into sentences, I am locking it into the frame of a narrative. That once people know the trick, that it likes walls, that it likes seams, that it shows up when you talk about it, they will do the obvious rational thing and not give it what it wants. They will drag their beds away from the walls. They will stop resting the backs of their heads against cold surfaces when they talk on the phone. They will put their couches in the middle of the room just because some stranger in a story said, "Hey, maybe don't." I am not naive enough to think that will stop it, but maybe it will slow it down. Maybe the next Mark, the next Eli, the next Alex will feel a twinge of wrongness the first time they lie down with their ear 6 inches from plaster and decide, for no good reason, to shift a little closer to the center. Maybe they will never know what they avoided. Here, in this motel, the bed has nowhere to go. The room is just wide enough for the mattress, the nightstand, and a narrow strip of carpet on the other side. The head of the bed is bolted to the wall, literally. There are metal brackets drilled into the painted paneling, keeping the headboard from drifting. If I peel back the thin, floral-patterned comforter and press my palm to the wood, I can feel the vibration of the ice machine down the hall through it. The occasional thump of someone dragging a suitcase past my door. The wall behind it is not even real plaster. It is some kind of cheap board, hollow sounding when you knock. Behind that, another room just like this one. A mirror image with its own bed pulled tight against its own paneling. There is no away from the wall here. When I lie down, my head is already in position. That is part of why I finally started recording this. Something about this room is an echo of every room I have been trying to leave. The thinness of the walls, the way the carpet ends in a straight line where it meets the baseboard, leaving a dark little trench where the vacuum never quite reaches. The hiss of the AC unit when it starts, like a breath that has to force its way through a narrow slot. If there is a place made of seams, it is this. So I am lying here, on my side, laptop open, telling you all of this with my ear a few inches from the headboard, aware of every change in the air behind it. Maybe nothing will happen tonight. Maybe the only thing on the other side of this wall is another tired person watching something dumb on TV, their laughter muffled, their own head pressed into their own pillow, never knowing how close they are to the story that brought you here. Or maybe sometime while I talk, while the narrator you are hearing copies the shape of my words, while you lie there feeling your own head sink a little deeper into whatever surface you consider safe, it will remember that I exist, that I am the one who has been mapping its path, that I am the one who finally struck a match in its favorite seam, and it will decide that motel drywall is just as good a place as any to put its mouth. 7.2. Patterns, blame, and the only constant. If you strip everything I have told you down to bare facts, it does not look like much. No bodies. No missing persons report with my name in the last seen with line. No video of something pale crawling out from under a bed frame. What there is, if you lay it all out on the cheap motel desk and smooth it flat, is a thin stack of artifacts. A photograph of a gap between a mattress and a wall where a hand might be, or might just be, a trick of light. A friend's back with 3 parallel lines that doctors called self-inflicted, because what else could they call them? A roommate waking up in the dark, pulling out his earbuds and asking if I heard someone breathing in his ear. A bruise on Alex's ribs that followed the shape of pressure, not impact. A dent in a wall with paint peeled in arcs that look too much like fingers if you stare too long. A burned patch of plaster where the smoke decided, for no good reason, to leave 4 clean streaks. You can take each of those on its own and swat it away. People hurt themselves in their sleep. Houses crack and creak. Old gas lines blow. You do not need a monster in the seams to explain any one of them. The part that gnaws at me, the part I keep turning over like a sore tooth with my tongue, is that I am in all of them. I am the only constant. I am there in the childhood room, listening to the breath in the wall. I am there on the dorm floor, holding Eli's shoulders and dragging him away from the cinder block. I am there in the apartment with Mark's scratch, with Alex's bruise, with the headboard slamming into paint. I am there when the match flares and the wall turns to fire. If you put this story in front of a therapist and asked them to draw lines between the incidents, they would get out a pen and circle my name every time. Here, they would say, tapping each circle in turn. Here, here, here. What is the common factor? It is not the wall. Walls change, plaster, cinder block, paneling, painted drywall, different cities, different buildings, different landlords. It is not the furniture. Beds and couches come and go. I have slept on mattresses on the floor, on metal dorm frames, on broken futons that folded me like a bad joke. The only piece that shows up every time is me. So the question that hangs in the air between us, you and me, the listener and the liar and the person lying here with a microphone propped on a pillow, is simple. What if there is no it at all? What if all of this is the shape my brain makes when it tries to talk to me and I refuse to listen? What if I hurt the people around me? Not because something in the walls uses me as cover, but because something broken in me keeps looking for walls to blame. That is the polite version of what people have implied over the years. They do not say, "You are cursed." That is too folkloric, too simple. They say, "You have unresolved trauma." They say, "You have a sleep disorder." They say, "You dissociate under stress." If you wanted to, you could redraw this entire story in clinical language. Childhood, sensory sensitivities, hypervigilance, misinterpretation of environmental stimuli. Adolescence, sleep disturbances, somatic symptoms, shared anxiety bleeding into others. Adulthood, escalating attempts to assert control, culminating in self-destructive behavior with fire. You could say I am the kind of person who reaches for the wall during a fight, who shoves without realizing how hard, who wakes up with no clear memory of the worst motion and fills in the gaps with a ghost, because it is easier than acknowledging my own hands. And there is a part of me that believes that. It is the same part that sits in waiting rooms flipping through pamphlets about sleep hygiene and thinking, maybe if I just buy a better lamp. The same part that thinks about calling Alex and saying, You were right to leave. I should have gotten help sooner. I'm sorry you bruised against my damage. I am not telling you this from the safety of certainty. I am telling you this from the middle of an argument with myself that has been going on for years. Because if it is just me, if there is nothing in the seams but my own fear echoing back at me, then at least there is a name for the damage. At least there is a diagnosis, a treatment plan, a stack of books. If it is not just me, if something else really has been thinned out along the places where we pretend walls are airtight, then the world is stranger and less kind than most people ever get around to imagining. Whichever answer I pick, I do not get my life back the way it was before I started feeling other people's breath through paint. While I am trying to untangle that, the room around me keeps making its own contributions. The mini fridge in the corner kicks on, compressor chugging like it has emphysema. The sound crawls along the floor, under the bed, up the frame, and into my spine. Then it shudders to a stop, and the silence it leaves is sharper for having been filled. From the highway beyond the parking lot, a truck passes. You can always tell the big rigs by the pitch of their tires, that lower, rolling growl. For a few seconds, the entire motel vibrates, just a little. The headboard hums against the wall, then settles. In the room above mine, someone drops something heavy. It hits the floor with a flat thunk, followed by a muttered curse, a squeak of bed springs, laughter. Life going on in stacked boxes, each one assuming the others are solid. All of that is normal. I narrate it to you partly to set the scene, partly to convince myself that I still know what normal sounds like. Because a second ago, no more than that, something else joined in. You did not hear it. Your audio will be clean. The narrator reading this will not flinch where I just did. That is the trick of recordings. They keep the parts the microphone can catch and leave out the parts that just live in nervous systems. But I heard it, just off screen, just out of the range of where the laptop's little camera would show if it were on. The mattress dipped. Not much. Just enough that my body, which has spent a lifetime measuring tiny movements at the edges of beds, noticed. There was a faint "ia" from the springs, the kind of sound you get when someone sits down trying not to make any noise at all. The kind of sound I grew up hearing when nobody was supposed to be there. I am going to pretend I did not hear it. That is the deal I made with myself before I hit record. I will get this story out, whole, without running every time the room inhales. I owe you that much, and I owe myself at least one version of this where I don't cut the file off mid-sentence. So I will keep talking. But if, in the next few minutes, my breathing sounds different, if it comes a little faster between sentences, if there are longer pauses where it seems like I am choosing my words too carefully, just know that part of me is listening somewhere else. Back here, behind the script, to the edge of the bed, to the small, polite weight that has joined me, right where your narrator would be if they were reading this live, instead of into a mic in a safer room. Let us keep the philosophical thing going for a second, because I need that distance like a handrail. Patterns. That is what this is really about. We look for them because our brains are pattern engines. We find faces in ceiling stains, meaning in coincidences, comfort in routines. Sometimes those patterns save us. Sometimes they lie. Sometimes they trap us. Here is the pattern of my life, as cleanly as I can state it. When I am alone, the breathing comes quicker. When I share a bed, it finds the person who trusts me enough to lie down next to me and uses the wall behind them to do what it does. When something physical happens, scratches, bruises, dents, burns, I am always close enough to be the simplest explanation. And when anyone else tries to describe what they heard, no one listens as hard as they do when I say, "Something's in the seam." The blame follows the line of least resistance. If you do not believe in anything beyond the visible, that line ends at me. If you do believe, if you are the kind of person who clicked on this video because some part of you wants ghosts to be real in the safe way, stories make them real, then maybe your line goes further. Maybe you draw it along all those beds, all those walls, all those nights where someone somewhere rolls over and feels something watching through the plaster. Either way, here we are, you and I. You with your head where it always is when you listen to these things, me with mine, pressed a little closer than I would like to motel paneling that is trying its best to pretend it is solid. The bed creaks again, just a whisper. It is the outside edge this time, the side farthest from the wall. The sound is almost apologetic, like someone shifting slightly to make room. I swallow, and the mic picks that up. I know it does. The little green lines on my laptop jump higher for that than they did for some of the worst parts of this story. Patterns, I say, because I have to keep saying something. Blame, constants. That's what you watch for, right? That's what makes a true horror story feel different from a campfire one. It's not just the jump scare. It's realizing that if you laid your own life out on a table, there might be lines you never noticed until someone else traced them for you. My hand is shaking now. I rest it flat on the mattress to steady it. The sheet under my palm is warm from my own body heat, and a little warmer a few inches to the right, where my hand does not quite touch. I do not look. I keep my eyes on the laptop screen, on the waveform of my own voice writing itself into digital space. If this is all just me, I say, then maybe telling you is just another way of dragging strangers into a private illness. If it's not just me, then maybe saying it out loud is the only honest thing I've done in years. In the silence between sentences, the room breathes with me. Fridge, highway, TV in the next room. A soft, measured inhale close enough that, if I hated myself enough, I could turn my head and bump my forehead against whatever is making it. I do not. Instead, I keep talking to you. Because for all the evidence against me, for all the ways this could just be the long, elaborate suicide note of someone who never learned how to sleep, there is one more pattern I have to acknowledge. The more people know about it, the louder it gets. The first time I told the story, out loud, to Eli, it came that night. The first time I told the full version to Alex, it escalated. Now I am telling all of it to you, to whoever you are, wherever you are, and it is here with me, shifting its weight on the edge of a motel bed like it is waiting for its cue. Maybe that is the point. Maybe the only constant was never me alone. Maybe it was always the act of telling. 7.3, the seam between you and the dark. I have been talking about walls for a long time. Let us talk about yours. Not the motel one behind my head right now. Yours. Where are you as you hear this? Most people hear these stories in the same 3 positions. I know because I used to be one of them, lying in other people's nightmares like they were blankets. Maybe you are on your side in bed, phone propped up or face down on the pillow beside you, blue light leaking between your fingers. One ear pressed to the fabric, the other open to the room. Your back turned toward the wall because it feels safer to face the open air. Maybe you are flat on your back, head on a pillow that has molded itself to your shape, shoulders sinking into the familiar dip where you always lie. The wall is behind your head or to one side, close enough that, if you straightened your arm lazily, you could tap it with your knuckles without sitting up. Maybe you are on a couch, half sitting, half lying, propped against the padded back. Your skull is an inch or two from whatever is under the upholstery. Wood, metal, concrete. Something that feels solid enough that you do not question it when you lean. Think about that distance for a second. Not the room, not the building. Just that little, stupid gap between the back of your head and what you are trusting it to float in front of. It is probably not much. Maybe there is a full hand's width of air if you are careful. Maybe less. Maybe your hair brushes the surface when you relax, when the story gets good and your body forgets to hold itself up. Maybe your pillow is thick enough that you tell yourself there is no gap at all, that you are resting directly against something. But pillows compress. Mattresses sink. People shift. There is almost always a seam. It does not take much. I have spent this whole time teaching you how to look for it. I talked about the line between the mattress and the wall in my childhood room, about the slit between the couch and the paint, about the hair's breadth of space between a headboard and plaster, about the ridiculous little gap under a cabinet leg. I described the sound of it breathing, the way it felt when the air in that space changed, the way the world went thin around it. I described it so carefully that when I say seam, your mind now does what mine does. It goes exactly to the small, dark, empty next to where you are lying. Congratulations, you have just drawn it a map. While I have been talking, there has been another pattern running under the words. You may not notice it in the polished version you are hearing. The narrator reading this will have a good mic, a clean track. They will cut out the worst of the stumbles, the pauses, the parts where my breath caught. I hear all of it. I hear my own lungs in this motel bed, pulling in air that smells like stale cleaner and whatever the last guest smoked. I hear the whir of the mini fridge in the corner, cycling from low hum to sudden silence. I hear trucks on the highway outside, the long, low hiss of tires on worn asphalt. And I hear one other thing. It does not sync with my breathing. That is how I know it is there. It is quieter than it used to be, or I am further away from it than I was as a child. It does not come from a single point behind my head anymore. It feels distributed almost, thinned out like smoke after a door opens. A little while ago, while I was busy trying to sound reasonable for you, I did something I have done too many times. I tested it. I stopped breathing. Not for long, just a few seconds. Long enough that, on the waveform on my screen, the green lines dipped down and flattened, my own sound falling away. In that space, I should have heard nothing. Silence. Maybe the faint buzz of the room. Instead, I heard one breath. Not mine. Not anyone's through the wall on either side. A single long inhale and exhale that did not belong to any lungs in this room. You will not hear it if you rewind. Someone will have cleaned it out, or the mic will have missed it, or it will fold into the noise of everything else. That is fine. I am not asking you to go hunting for evidence. I am telling you that in that moment, for the first time in a long time, I realized something that made me colder than the fire ever did. I do not think it is attached to my walls anymore. I thought for years that it never left me. That was the horror. I moved. It followed. I slept somewhere new. It adapted. The constant was me. Now I am not sure. Since I started telling this to you, since I sat down in this motel and forced the whole thing into sentences, the breathing has moved. At the beginning, when I hit record, it was where it has always been. Just behind my skull, in the seam between my head and the fake wood paneling. I could feel it on my neck when I said the first lines. Later, as the story wound through dorm rooms and burned walls, it shifted to the edge of the bed. I could feel the mattress give just slightly, where something sat that was not me. Now, as I am talking directly to you, as I am asking you to picture your own seam, it has thinned out so much that, when I listen for it, I do not feel it at my back at all. I feel it far away and very close at the same time. Not behind my head, behind someone's. You have been doing exactly what it wants this whole time. You have been lying very still, listening to someone describe a gap beside a bed. You have been building that gap in your mind with each detail, paint, dust, wood, fabric. You have put yourself in the picture because that is how stories work. Your body is probably echoing some of mine without meaning to. When I described lying on my side, you shifted to your side. When I mentioned rolling toward the edge, you adjusted your pillow. When I talked about my head almost touching the wall, you suddenly knew exactly how far yours was. You have created a new seam, one that did not matter to you yesterday. Not because the physics of your room changed, but because your attention did. If there is anything in those spaces at all, anything that likes seams, that likes breaths, that likes people willing to lie very still and listen, then you and I just did something very generous together. We taught it a pattern. Walls are useful. They always will be. But maybe it does not need them as much as I thought. Maybe it never did. Maybe the only real requirement is narrower than plaster and cinder block. Maybe all it needs is this: a human head, close to something it trusts not to move. A small, dark space that never quite fills, and a mind that has been shown, in loving detail, what might be waiting there. Tonight, when this story ends and you set the phone down, or let the autoplay roll you into something else, your room will do what rooms do. The screen will go dark or dim. The ceiling will turn back into a ceiling instead of a projection surface. The sounds you have not been paying attention to will step forward again. The fridge will hum. Pipes will tick. Someone in another apartment will close a door. A car outside will pass. Headlights trying to sneak under your curtains. You will hear those and label them without thinking. Fridge, pipes, neighbor, car. Between them, there will be pockets of quiet. In one of those pockets, you might notice something you did not notice before. A new rhythm. A second set of lungs, very soft, taking its time somewhere specific. Not everywhere. Not a vague feeling of the room. Right there. In the small leftover space between your head and the wall you forgot to move your bed away from. Or in the line of air between your spine and the back of the couch you fell asleep against. Or in that ridiculous little gap between your skull and the headrest of the seat you leaned on while you decided this would just be background noise. You may tell yourself it is the house sighing, or the neighbors through thin drywall, or air moving in a vent. You will probably be right. Most nights, that is all it is. For years, that is all I told myself too. You do not have to do anything about it. You do not have to move, or sit up, or turn on the light. You can let the video end and let the darkness come back in and pretend this was only a story. You can tell yourself very calmly that nothing is in the seam. Just remember one thing: in whatever position you finally choose to fall asleep in, it always starts there, in the small space between you and whatever you think is solid. And the only thing it has ever really needed is someone just like me used to be. Someone lying very still, close enough to the wall, just foolish enough to keep listening.